Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of the 2026 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals Championship here in Lombard, Illinois. We are on the final day. We got 2 sessions today. This is the morning session. We are going to be featuring our women's Raw 100 kilo division and our men's Raw Teen 100 kilo, along with some of the open men in the 100 class. We have 3 flights of lifting. We have 2 platforms, platforms 1 and 2, with another stream going on with platforms 3 and 4. We are very excited to kick off this first session. We're your commentators for this morning. My name is Kevin Serrano, and I'm here joined by...
Hi, my name is Troy Wynn.
And we are going to be walking you guys through the action, the play-by-play, and just everything that you guys are seeing on screen. If you guys want to follow along with the action, be sure to go to liftingcast.com/meets. Click on 2026 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals Day 3, and then you can see and filter all the different platforms that are going on here today. We have 4 continuous platforms going on side by side, as you see here on screen.
And the lifting should be starting now.
And that was a good lift on platform 2. We got Mary Jane Anderson on platform 1 taking 95 kilos for her opening attempt.
Smooth, easy opener for her.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you want out of an opener. She did get 1 red light from the side on depth, but when it comes to the opener, what should an opener kind of be? Should it be something that's kind of closer to your max? Should it be like considered a last warm-up? How do you usually go about deciding what your opener is, Troy?
Yeah, so from an athlete perspective, I usually like to have my opener around like an RP 6 or 7. It's like roughly like 6 or 7 out of 10 like difficultiness. You want it to be something that you can hit on any given day. So regardless of whether you're feeling really good or you're feeling really sick, you want it to be something that you can get on the board no matter what the day is.
Yeah, and I think that's super important considering the fact that we are here in Lombard, right? We are in one location, and all these athletes are competing from across the country, coming in here on this one day. So who knows what travel might have looked like, if there was any external variables. We know here in Lombard, we've been dealing with a couple of storms. So, I mean, who knows what the travel was like for these athletes getting here, whether it was like a 10-hour drive, a 10-hour layover, or anything in between.
Yeah, and something most athletes may not take into consideration is the difficulty of judging this level. So I wonder, from your perspective as a judge, do you see anything different with like the leniency of judging at the local versus national level?
I think more than anything, it won't necessarily be the leniency, so to speak, as far as using that terminology. I think it just goes to the experience level some of these referees have. I think these referees are very consistent. They've done so many meets, and all of our platform referees are national level referees and above, comparatively to a local meet where you'll typically find state referees with a few national referees kind of sprinkled in there. And then we also have a jury for every single platform. So we have 3 international or senior international referees sitting on the jury tables. We have 1 jury table per platform that are overseeing all the operations of the platform. So from the spotters and loaders, the weight on the bar, all of the lifters, and even the decisions of the referee, just kind of serving as a second set of eyes, making sure that all the rules of performance are being applied per the USA Powerlifting rulebook. So far, it's been nothing but good lifts on platforms 1 and 2.
We have Kelly Foreman with opening with 147.5 kilos here in the 100 kilo weight class, platform 1.
That's a very good squat, 3 white lights.
I think something we'll see here with a lot of the openers is I think a lot of people do tend to be a lot more conservative, especially at these high-level national meets. So we'll definitely be seeing a lot of good lifts with these openers for sure.
Let's see what the referees say on platform 2 on the depth. Do the referees like it?
I did think that was low close.
Yeah, so unfortunately that is going to be a 2-to-1 no lift. The center referee and the left judge believe that squat was not depth. And when we talk about depth, the depth standard, as defined by the USA Powerlifting Rulebook, it is the hip crease has to go below the top surface of the knee. Think about a parallel plane once that hip crease falls below the top surface of the knee, that is what is considered depth. And so we have referees positioned to the left, to the right, and right in front of the athlete, and they are all ensuring that the athletes hit that standard. As we saw on platform 1, our previous lifter got a 3 red light, no lift for that same reason. She did not squat low enough, unfortunately.
We have Rachel Stark opening with 190 kilos on platform 2 over here. Actually representing Team Lemieux Training Systems, my coach. Let's see how this moves.
Good lift on platform 3. This is currently on 4,385. Bridget over 468 on platform 3.
Smooth opener for Rachel. Let's see what the judges say about depth on that one. And unfortunately, it's going to be 3 reds for depth on that one. And it's really interesting from a referee perspective to see the front judge, center judge, calling the depth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can get into it as far as what the perspective is. I think for me personally, I am an international referee who has served on the platform and also in the jury this past weekend and at these other championships this year. And I think for me, if I'm ever in that chief referee spot and I do see, I guess, an egregiously high squat, and everyone's perspective is going to be different, but for me, from my experience, if I see a squat that where I can still see that hip crease well above that top surface of the knee, sometimes it's a little obvious from certain angles, I would throw a red. But if there is any doubt, that benefit of the doubt would go to the lifter, and I'll just give them white and let these side referees decide. So every referee is going to interpret it a little bit differently, but I think at least as far as this session goes, the calls have been fairly consistent.
For sure. And I think one of the things we'll see with these heavier weight sessions and these heavier weight class is it may be a little bit difficult to see the hip crease from the front angle just due to larger thighs of heavier weight lifters.
A bit difficult for an opening attempt on platform 1, gets a 2-to-1 lift, and I think that's something that might kind of throw a wrench into the whole game plan when an opener may not be going as planned or moving as fast as you would have thought. I think when you run into an instance like that, Troy, whether you're handling an athlete or you're just kind of watching a lift, how do you think that might feel as far as an opener moving a lot harder than expected?
Yeah, so I mean, an opener moving a lot harder than expected is obviously not the most ideal thing in the world. But obviously, it's not necessarily about what we want. It's about what is there on the day, right? While an athlete may have super high expectations going into the meet, if strength is just not there in the day, we just have to be conservative and take what's there. So actually, she did jump 7.5 kilos from that opening attempt. So we'll see how she does on her next attempt.
That's going to be a no lift on platform 2 for depth, and it seems like that's the most common infraction here, which is depth. And I think for most people across all weight classes, that's going to be the infraction that is called most on. I mean, it is this is heavyweight. It is national. These athletes are pushing heavyweight, so it's reasonable to expect that they're going to want to shorten that range of motion and try to maximize the efficiency in their movement without necessarily cutting it too high. But sometimes it might just not be in favor. We got Keolani Richardson on platform 1. She's been reffing this entire weekend. She's also been helping a lot in the back room with coaching, handling, and just being here supporting the competition in multiple different capacities. And now she is competing on the final day of Raw Nationals.
Smooth, easy opener for her.
Yeah, move very fast. See what the refs say. Force it 2-to-1, no lift. We got Allie David on
I personally
Platform
disagree
2.
with the judges on that call. I thought that I personally thought that was dead. If I was a coach in that situation, I'll be running over to the jury table.
Yeah, and that's you bring up a really good point there with disagreement on a call and utilizing the jury. I think that's one of an excellent reason to go over to the jury table and contest your lift, or at the very least just ask clarification as to what the infraction was for. If you believe you hit depth, and if your coach believes you hit depth, you can always approach the jury and seek that clarification, or wonder if there is a possibility of an overturn should the jury believe that the referees made a mistake.
And as a referee that worked on the jury the last couple days, how often did you really see people utilize the jury table?
So I've been on the jury for 4 sessions already. My next session, the very last one, I'll be on the jury once more. And I've had a total of 4 overturns in the entire session. So that includes squat, bench, and deadlift for all sessions. And I think mainly it is not necessarily a depth call that gets overturned, because usually what ends up going on in the jury is we are going to trust the judgment of the platform referees, and we're going to believe that if they are making fairly consistent calls, if it's a 2-to-1 from the sides, a depth call, and it's kind of any lift that could have gone either way, we'll let it ride and just let it stand, just because it is up to the individual platform referees' interpretation on whether or not depth was hit, not our own belief on whether or not the athlete hit depth or not.
For sure. And honestly, when you're in a head-to-head matchup at these high-level meets where you have over 20 people in your weight class, that one lift being overturned could make or break your meet, especially when it comes down to the last 2.5 kilos. We have Bria Meckel opening with 82.5 kilos in the 100-kilo weight class on platform 1.
We see that she's wearing a belt but no knee sleeves. Waiting on those referee lights on platform 1. Unfortunately, that is a no lift on depth.
Madison Moore with 180 kilos, jumping 12.5 from her opener. Good lift for her. And now we have Morgan McLeod retaking her opener after missing the first. We'll see how she hits it.
And so wise decision here in retaking that opener, just getting it on the board. I think, especially at nationals, when it's squat already is a very nerve-wracking lift. That first opening attempt is very nervous, walking onto the platform and seeing just everything going on. I think retaking that is a really wise move, just getting it on the board and doing and replicating that same weight you just hit, just getting a little bit deeper this time around.
I definitely agree, because the lifter knows that they have the ability to do it. It's just a matter of fact of whether they can get just a little bit deeper to get the depth or not. And if she hits it, she gets 3 white lights on that second attempt.
London poised on 142.5 kilos, already breaking past that 300-pound mark, but the equivalent of 3 commercial gym plates on platform 1.
And now over here on platform 2, we have Rachel Stark retaking 190 kilos after missing the first one in depth. Will she be able to sink this one?
And then one interesting thing to note about what we see on platforms 1 and 2 is lifters across both platforms are competing in the same division. And so from a coach perspective, if you're in a battle with somebody and somebody in the platform next to you has a similar total, how does that change up maybe the game plan or what you're paying attention to as far as the overall meet is concerned? Are you only looking at your platform, or are you kind of peeking over to see what the other lifters are doing on the other one?
Yeah, so it's a very difficult scenario as a handler, especially if you're head to head with someone that's on another platform as you, just because both platforms are going at a different pace. So it's not always going to be perfect in terms of what you will select for your attempt selection, just because you never know what they're going to do if the pacing of the other platform is different. So it's really just trying to control the best you can of getting into the right placement, just in case someone jumps you.
Yeah, I mean, soon enough, the pacing will kind of break off a little bit. One platform might be a little bit ahead than the other one. And so, yeah, it does introduce another level of unpredictability as far as who kind of gets a little bit of a slight advantage in seeing what the other person is doing before you actually go.
And speaking of jumping after our openers, we have Alina Chinhoy on platform 1 jumping 7.5 after missing her first one, which I do think is a little bit of a riskier jump from her end, especially after missing her first opener. She does need to get on the board still. If she misses all 3 openers, she will be bombed out to me and not have a total. So jumping 7.5 after missing the first one is a little bit of a riskier play on her end. That looks deep, but there is a little bit of a sticking point.
And again, even if it's deep, it looks to be a good live. Let's see what the referees say. Oh, unfortunately, so she gets a depth call from our right-hand referee, but a technical call. Not entirely sure what that yellow card might be. That's a kind of catch-all infraction. So it could be either a command, a movement of the feet, or I mean, among other things. There's just a lot of things that the yellow card can include. So unless we're there speaking to the referees, we wouldn't exactly know what the call was for. But that's a very, very tough situation to be in as we move into the third attempts. Meanwhile, Jennifer retaking 160 along with Annette, both platforms 1 and 2 retaking the same weight after missing it on depth.
Jennifer gets up, but there was a little bit of a sticking point, potentially some downward motion.
So it looks like she gets called on everything there, right? The depth and the downward motion. Not a good spot to be in. I think that might be high on 2 as well.
I agree. I think that was cutting it a little bit off, but let's see what judges say. And unfortunately, it's going to be 3 red lights for depth here.
And again, these are very, very tough spots. We're just in this first flight. We already have 3 lifters at risk of bombing out across platforms 1 and 2. And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching us on stream and are hearing our voices, let us know in the comments here on the chat where you guys are watching from, who you all are supporting, and we'd love to interact with you guys, answer any questions you may have about the competition, about refereeing. Both Troy and I are officials, so we can kind of steer you guys in the right direction as far as clarifying any rule questions you may have.
Smooth second attempt from Nicole Miller. Let's see what refs say on this one. Ooh, and she does get 1 blue card call, so that could either be for up and downward motion or soft knees in the initial starting movement or the lockout. And we have Elizabeth Cullen here actually jumping 12.5 kilos after missing her first opener. That is a very risky jump, as we saw another lifter jump 7.5 and miss her second one. Now, she needs this, otherwise she may be at risk of bombing out the meet.
And so this is one of those situations on platform 2 where you might have no other option but to go up, right? I mean, Elizabeth is one of the lifters who is currently slotted in for a podium finish in this division. So she almost needs these kilos in order to stay in contention for that battle. And, I mean, it pays off. 2-1, good lift.
And that is a really interesting perspective, because it's like, if you don't jump, you have the potential to fall behind.
Right.
However, if you do jump, it is risky, because you do have the risk of bombing out.
We got Ali Davy on platform 2, 177.5 kilos.
Sunk it deep.
Very nice squat for Ali on 2. And Allie's one of the lifters who also gives back to the sport in many different ways. She's been working tirelessly, coaching this entire weekend, and now it's her time to shine. 3 for 3 in the squat event.
And on her end, being at this meet this entire weekend as a coach and now competing, have you ever been in that scenario?
Yeah, I mean, I've actually competed while handling as well. So I've kind of done that, right, where I've handled at meets, and then now it's my turn to compete. And I think as long as you're managing the fatigue, the total movement you're making, plate loading, and you're not overly fatiguing yourself, I think you'll be fairly fine. When you introduce other variables such as like weight cuts or any other things that might actually affect your performance, that's where you got to be a little bit careful and to make sure that you're not, in essence, nerfing yourself in the pursuit of coaching or handling. Although some might say that their athlete's success is a lot better or more important than their own.
We have Myram jumping to 180 kilos on platform 2 in the 100 kilo weight class.
And a nice fight on platform 1 as Molly picks up 10 kilos.
Taking her time over here. She does have 1 minute to get the initial squat command, so they can utilize the timer. And smooth fight for her. We'll see what the refs say on this one. 3 white lights for her. That was an easy, great third attempt there.
And if you've watched the stream these past couple days, you might have heard the voice of Taya Badger. She is a commentator who's helped out this entire weekend, commentating sporadically through these sessions, and now she is competing here on platform 1, taking a 15 kilo jump, 180 kilos.
Smooth second attempt for her.
She actually placed at Collegiate Nationals this past April. Unfortunately, that is a 2-to-1 no lift, but it looked plenty easy, so I'm hoping she can come back and hit that for the third. However, Taya is in a unique spot here with the nice grind there on platform 2 by Madison.
Yeah, so Taya is actually competing in both the junior division and the open division in the 100 kilo weight class. So Kevin, how does that work? How is someone able to compete in both divisions at once?
Yeah, so one of the unique things about Raw Nationals is we did have Masters Nationals earlier the first 2 days. However, these next 3 days are Raw Nationals, which are open, junior, and our teen lifters. So a lifter who wants to cross compete in both the open and an age division such as a teen or a junior must qualify in not only their age division but also achieve a qualifying total in the open division. So it means you have to hit a much higher qualifying total than the age division. So I mean, it's a lot more difficulty to attain. Not everybody who qualifies in the junior or teen can qualify using their same total in the open just because their total isn't high enough. But again, it just gives you an added layer of competition. You're competing against not only people your age, but people who may be significantly older than you, have more experience, or are just have more meets under their belt.
And along with that, it just makes it a lot more difficult to handle the meet as well. It's almost like you have to worry about double the amount of competitors that you're going against, worrying about multiple people in different age divisions. So we have Rachel Stark over here jumping 12.5 kilos after hitting her second. And fun fact about Rachel, actually, this is actually her 5th Nationals meet. She most recently competed last year at the IDFPA World Championships, so it's good to see her back on the platform this year at Raw Nationals.
2-to-1, good lift there. It's about as close as you can get to a good lift. Got 1 call for depth, but that is no issue, as 2-to-1, 2 white lights is all you need. Again, powerlifting is a majority rules sport here, so 2 whites is good. Unfortunately, if you get 2 red lights with 1 white light, that'll be a no lift.
And now over here on platform 2, we have Annalette Douglas with 205 kilos. This is her 3rd attempt. She needs this attempt in order to stay eligible to still be in the meet and not bomb out. So we'll see how she does over here.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, all eyes on platform 2 as Annette Douglas. And then we're looking at the forecasted placings here, and if she's successful with this, she is going to be slotted in for that 1st place spot in the junior division and just outside of the 5th place podium spot in the open. So she needs this lift to be in contention for the title.
It's a little close. We'll see what the judges say. There's a bit of a fight there.
Again, I might have seen some downward movement. Did the referees catch that? Three white lights. Wow.
I do agree. I think there was a little bit of a sticking point, which potentially could lead to some downward motion, along with that depth being very close to the borderline of the standard.
Again, 3 whites, yeah. Convinced all the judges.
And now she remains in the meet, forecasted first place in the women's 100 kilo junior division, also competing in the Raw Open division as well, also in the 100 kilo weight class, where she is now currently sitting in third place and forecasted 6th in the Open. We have Jacqueline Dubel over here with 207.5 kilos in the 100 kilo weight class over on platform 2.
London Poise on 1, 150 kilos now, 7.5 kilo jump.
Good third attempt for Jackie, and judges say 3 white lights. Pushes through that sticking point.
London getting it done. Let's see. 3 white lights. So now we have another situation like what we just saw in the nets, where Alina Shinoy on platform 1 needs to hit this third attempt weight in order to stay in the competition.
And she is actually forecasted 4th place in the women's Raw Junior 100 kilo division. So she could potentially get on that podium at this meet.
Again, all the way from 1st to 5th gets a medal here at Raw Nationals. So Alina is in that fighting spot for a medal. And Shelby Morris on 2 with a nice grind with 210, gets 3 white lights, finishing out her day 3 for 3. She is a national bench press record holder, so it's very exciting to see that she goes 3 for 3, building up good momentum as she heads into her favorite events. Now, Alina Chinoy, platform 1.
She sinks it.
Look deep.
There's a good fight there. Now let's see what the judges say. 1 call for that. Wow, but she does get the lift.
It's about as close as you could get.
Nicole Miller over here on platform 2 with 220 kilos. And she fights through that sticking point.
Way to go, Nicole. We have Gail Anderson watching from Casper, Wyoming, supporting Nicole Miller.
Unfortunately, there's 2 red lights there for depth for Nicole's attempt, which is really interesting. I thought that one was very deep.
Yeah, now if you look at your eyes over here on platform 2, you see that there is some chips on the bar. Not only is this a national record attempt, but she is chipping the record. So the current record as it stands is 235 kilos. Elizabeth Cullen is going for 235.5, so she is exceeding that record.
And if you're unfamiliar, the bare minimum jump you're allowed to take in powerlifting is 2.5 kilos. However, you are allowed to take small increment jumps if you are breaking a national record like Elizabeth is doing over here on platform 2.
Again, this is over 500 pounds on platform 2. Meanwhile, platform 1, Jennifer needs this lift to stay in the meet.
And Elizabeth hits it. We'll see what the judges say about depth on that one. There is 1 call for depth. However, that is now a new national record by Elizabeth.
Now, Jennifer, to stay in the meet. Again, I think it's cutting it a little bit high. Yeah, so
that's 3 red lights.
Unfortunately, that is going to be the first bum out of today. And you just kind of wonder, I mean, given how the speed of the bar moved, and I mean, staying at that same weight, I honestly think it might have just been a training thing, not training consistently to depth, and kind of adapting yourself to a position that isn't the depth standard that we are shooting for here at, in USA Powerlifting.
I agree, and another thing that could play into consideration is the mental state with how a lifter may get nervous on the national stage for the first time, or just being in competition, feeling a little bit nervous in general. Maybe she did cut it a little bit short. And now we are on Flight B on platform 2 over here. And one thing that you'll see that's interesting on platform 2 is there are actually a lot of teen lifters. So in USA Powerlifting, the teen division, there are 3 teen divisions, Teen 1, Teen 2, and Teen 3. And you'll see many lifters in the Teen 3 division, which is for 18 for 19 years old. So it's really interesting. When you started powerlifting, did many people start at that early of an age?
I mean, I personally started fairly on the younger side. I did my first competition when I was 16 years old, and my first nationals, which was actually here in this venue back in 2019, when I was 17 years old. So I started on the earlier end, but no, most people actually don't find powerlifting until either early 20s, late 20s, and then, I mean, even if we just kind of include everybody in this sport, we have our masters lifters, and when doing interviews with them, a lot of them say they found powerlifting while already being in the Masters division, which is ages 40 and above. So a lot of people can find powerlifting during any stage of life, in any walk of life. So I think it's just really a sport for all. But it's really, again, just kind of circling back to the teens, it's really nice to see these teenagers competing at the national stage and actually having some really good competition amongst each other.
We have Nathan Pace over here in the Team 3 division in the 110 kilo weight class over on platform 2, wearing the blue A7 singlet, our sponsor. He sinks it deep, gets it easy, and we'll see what the judges say about that one.
You kind of see that technique he did with kind of that slower descent, getting into the hole, and then once he gets into the hole, he kind of dips down, sinks it, and then kind of explodes back up. So very nice strategy there. We got about 10 seconds left for Christina Sanchez on platform 1. I believe she's going to be timing out from this attempt.
And oftentimes what you'll see with many lifters is when they choose not to take a lift, they may not just scratch it, they may just load the weight and let the timer run out just to help spars and loaders, just give them a little break over there. We have Tyann Graham over here on platform 2 with 227.5 kilos. He moves it. I do think that was a little bit close, but we'll see if the referee say anything. Oh, 3 white lights for him. It's really interesting when we were talking about earlier with competing against people that are in different divisions and different platforms as well, because you do see that now platform 2 is halfway through the opening attempt of Flight B. However, while platform 1 is still going to be on Flight A, how common is it, do you see that many lifters are in different age divisions competing against each other on different platforms?
Well, let's finish out Keolani's lift, and she smashes 400 pounds. 2-to-1, good lift. And yeah, Troy, you bring up a really good point. So, I mean, we've had this happen this entire weekend where these stacked divisions, I mean, divisions where there's just a lot of people in them. I mean, we saw the 90s and 82.5 kilo men yesterday. I mean, the 75, 67s. I mean, even on the women's side, we have the 75, 60, 65. I mean, all these divisions that run so deep, it's almost impossible to fit them all in one platform. So they have to be split up. That's why we have 4 platforms. So these lifters, I mean, due to the nature of dropouts, the speed of the spotters and loaders, and just anything that might come up as far as timeouts, any scratches of attempts, it just throws off the pacing. So it's a very common thing, and it's just something that you have to deal with as a coach and an athlete.
Gabe gets 2-to-1 call.
Molly
call
with
for
the
depth from that
good
center
grind
judge.
there.
And it's interesting that you see the center judge being the one that calls it for depth instead of the sides.
Yeah, I'm always very curious when I see an instance like that. And, I mean, I'll be honest and say that I've also been in that situation where I have been the chief referee and called a squat on depth. It's a bit of a rare occasion across all refereeing, but it can tend to happen. So now Taya Badger on platform 1 has missed her second attempt on depth, but has still opted to go up 10 kilos. And if you think about the jumps she's made, she did 15 kilos from the first to the second, and then now 10 kilos. So if she is not successful with this attempt, she drops 25 kilos down to her opening attempt weight. So again, a very high risk move, but able to cover significant amount of ground if she is able to hit this weight. Again, she is one of the competitors who is cross divisioned and is in the podium contention in the juniors.
Yeah, she's currently forecasted 3rd place in the women's juniors. So if she hits this and she gets it, she'll be in a very good spot to get on that podium.
Yeah, and she hit depth really convincingly and gets 3 white lights.
Platform 1, we have Nada over here. This is going to be the last squat of Flight A on Platform 1. And over here, we have Trenton Harrison opening with a 305 kilo squat, or 672.5 pound squat at the age of 18 or 19, competing in that teen division, squatting well over 600 pounds. Nana fights through. I do think that depth was a little bit close, but let's see what the judges have to say about it. But she does get 3 white lights over there, leaving the judges convinced that she did sink it.
And with that, we are moving over to our second flight of squats on platform 1. We're going to kick us off with Elijah Bozarth, 135 kilos opening attempt. Now this platform is going to feature our men's raw teen 2. So these are going to be teenagers aged 16 to 17 on platform 1 flight B.
And we actually do have a lifter in this flight competing in the Teen 1 division, which is 14 through 15 years old, which is very impressive to see many of these young lifters coming in early to the sport, especially competing individually, not on a high school team or anything like that. Elijah sinks that opener. And over here on platform 2, we have Sawyer Bigelow with 222.5 kilos. It's that. Let's see what the judges say. There is, again, another depth call from that center judge, which is, like I said, very interesting to see. So, Kevin, as a referee that works on a jury often, do you ever find you guys overturning a lift from good to bad with a 2-to-1 call?
I think so. I think if there was a clear infraction that some of the referees just didn't see, and I think most commonly than not, it could be due to a command or something that was obviously missed, but due to the possible environment here, it might have distracted any of the officials, right? So, I mean, there are instances in which a good lift may get overturned to a no lift, and most notably, we had an experience like that where our 82.5 kilo women's raw lifter, Maggie Nikais, she hit a national record deadlift for her 3rd attempt pull. She was already winning the gold. However, she got her good lift overturned to a no lift and got stripped away of that national record. So that is a very prominent example of a jury overturned that was from a good lift over to a no lift.
And in that scenario, when it's a first or second attempt, when does the lifter get made aware that lift is overturned for them to change the attempt?
So ideally, and per rule, the jury member should notify the platform referees, the scoring table, and the coach/lifter. But should the lift get overturned, the lifter will now have an additional 60-second clock to resubmit an attempt based off of the overturn of the judge. So whether or not the lift got overturned to a good lift or a no lift, they will be awarded another opportunity to resubmit an attempt should that lift get overturned.
Travis Summer smoking that opener in the Teen 1 division from 14 to 15 years old.
And again, as we move over into this next flight, if you're watching us on stream, make sure you let us know who you guys are supporting, watching from. We'd love to shout out your lifters here. Support our teen and junior lifters that are competing.
We have Joseph Middleton on platform 1 with 185 kilos. Ooh, he gets a replacement. He's asked to re-rack. I wonder what that could be for.
So we see our chief referee stepping onto the platform and indicating to him that he has to lock his knees. And what does that mean, locking your knees, and specifically when in relation to getting a replace command?
Yeah, so typically what we'll see is when the lifter unracks and their knees are not locked out, they will not get that squat command. And from there, usually roughly in about 5 seconds, the chief referee will give that replace, asking the lifter to re-rack and usually telling them the infraction for why they're not getting that squat command.
Yeah, and that's absolutely true. And so the replace command is given so that way the lifter has an opportunity to lift in accordance to the rule book, right? So if they are not in a fully upright or their knees are not locked out, then they are technically not in the proper starting position. So if they are given a squat command, they are at risk of just simply losing that lift because their knees were never locked. So ensuring that the lifter's knees are locked gives them a fair opportunity to get that lift properly adjudicated. Very fast opening squat on platform 1.
Jared sinks that, really utilizing that fast tempo to get the bounce out the bottom of the hole. And we have Gabe over here on platform 2 with 265 kilos, competing in the junior 100 kilo division. Smooth second attempt.
Gabe coming out to us out of the Midwest. 3 white lights.
And now we have William Boyd over here on platform 2 in the 100 kilo division with 272.5 kilos. And he's actually currently in 3rd place, forecasted for 6th. So he'll definitely be in close contention for that fight for the podium.
And now that we're talking about these podium contentions and kind of the forecasted placings, you personally, Troy, whether as a handler or a coach or athlete, are you thinking about chasing at this point during the squats? Are you thinking about trying to push your squats to the absolute limit, or are you just trying to be consistent and hit all 3 lifts?
Yeah, so I mean, me personally, my personal philosophy is as a coach, it really comes down to deadlifts at the end of the day, right? So I personally think that you should try to secure every single kilo that you can on the squat and the bench and try to be a bit more conservative on it, because there's a big risk of you trying to jump someone else and you potentially missing that lift and falling behind now. So I do think it's important to just secure every single kilo you can on the squat and bench and then put yourself in the right position to hit that 3rd deadlift.
I absolutely agree, and too often do we see lifters very early on in the squat changing up their game plan based off of what they see other lifters doing. And I think for me personally, right, that's in that same philosophy, worrying about maximizing your own kilos and just sticking to your plan you already had coming into the competition is going to suit you best. Just because the moment you start chasing others and you get a little bit too overconfident or you overextend yourself, now you're from the outside looking in if you are in those podium contentions, and now you're going to have to try to work your way to pick up those lost kilos early on in the competition when it comes to the deadlift, instead of pulling or having that advantage and pulling above for a win, possibly.
And oftentimes you see that a lot, especially in bench-only meets, where oftentimes in bench-only meets, people go 1 for 3 just because they're always trying to jump each other instead of securing their own game plan. Christopher Vu over here on platform 1. That's a smooth, easy opener for him.
Troy, and I think you'll agree with me when I say this, but when it comes to powerlifting, it's not necessarily who the stronger lifter is or who hits the heaviest lifts in training. It's who is the better power lifter, which means who is the better strategist, who hits their attempts more consistently, and in the end, who can total more doesn't necessarily mean who is the stronger on paper.
I 100% agree, yes. So just because someone may be stronger in training or they might be able to generate more brute strength does not necessarily mean they'll be stronger lifter on the day. A plethora of things could happen, such as like we saw in the first flights, where many people are losing kilos on their total due to missing to depth, or they're jumping the commands, or whatever it may be, or maybe they just may overjump and they may lose some kilos due to taking too big of jump and failing.
We're moving on to our third attempt squats on platform 2. Sawyer Bigelow.
On platform 4, 556.
Got a 500-pound squat on 2.
501 squat in the team for 18 or 19 years old is very impressive. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift, 2 reds. 2 reds for depth up there, which that was a close call. So now we have Elijah Bozorov over here on platform 1, taking a very big jump, jumping 27.5 kilos from 1 to 2. That is a bit of
Whoa.
a risky jump. Is it the right jump is the question. He sinks it. Oh, he does get it up.
And you could convince me that looked like about an opening speed for a squat. Elijah, that was 3 white lights.
I understand, I agree. I definitely think he could have upped his opener a little bit and left with the same result.
Zachariah on to 232.5 kilos.
There
What
is
a
fight.
grind! Oh,
And I think as an athlete, one of the biggest skills you can have as an athlete is being mentally tough enough to push for that sticking point as well. Unfortunately, it just wasn't there for a day for him.
yeah, and you kind of wonder what that does for you as you progress through the competition, right? Having to meet or having to lift, be so close, but missing it on strength or due to a sticking point. Kind of the energy that was wasted for an attempt that you didn't get. I mean, who knows if that's going to bite you later when it comes to the bench press and especially the deadlift.
Yeah, and not even just like the kilos left on the table, but as well as your confidence in your mental state. Well, that could definitely affect the lifter at the national stage. Nathan Pace over here, 245 kilos, gets it up. Three white lights for him. And Joseph Middleton jumping 7.5 kilos from his opener. Gets up super fast. You can convince me that was an opener. And 3 white lights for him.
Got a 10-kilo jump on platform 2, 250 kilos, 551 pounds. And kind of something that we're seeing with platform 1, especially our teen 2 lifters, is a lot of the times these, I mean, I'll call them kids, right? These kids don't know how strong they actually are, right? So if you're training and you're peaking, sometimes your peak can go so well that your lifts on the day just move like warm-ups.
Right, I agree. And we just saw that most recently with the lifter on platform 1 where he jumped 27.5 kilos. Now, I'm not sure if that was his initial game plan or it was just feeling really good on the day and he chose to take that jump. But there definitely is a top end to these young lifters that they may not know about yet.
Yeah, I mean, your rate of progression when you're at this age, when you're just starting out, and when you're this young, when you're barely developing, right? You can progress so fast. It's actually crazy the rate of progress some of these kids undergo from one year onto the next. I mean, we might see them when they're entering their teen 2 stage at 16, and the next year we see them again, completely different, with only a year apart from each other.
Yeah, and nowadays, some of these kids are pretty crazy. I mean, I saw over some Team 3 lifter almost breaking open records the other day.
Great catch by our spotters on platform 2, and just a huge shout out to our spotters and loaders working all 4 platforms 1, 2, 3, and 4, who have been working this entire weekend since Wednesday. They've been working tirelessly all day. Some of the first people in the building and some of the last people to leave as they set up for the following day.
And probably one of the most underrated roles in the sport as well. Spotters and loaders making sure everyone gets their bar load and staying safe.
We got a lot of support here for Gabe on platform 2.
And he jumped 12.5 from his second attempt. So let's see if he'll be able to get it today. He hits it, but I do think that was a little bit close on depth there. But let's see what our judges have to say on this lift. And it is 2-1. It is a no lift. Yeah, so we have the right side judge and then the center judge calling him on depth over there, which I agree with. I do think that was a little bit close. And now William Boyd over here, 280 kilos for William. He is in the junior division in the 100 kilo weight class. Currently forecasted 7th place, however, currently in 2nd place. So he will also be fighting for that podium contention. And I believe he may be timing out this one, or oh no, he's stepping on. Seems like he's very hyped for squats.
We're now over 600 pounds on both platforms 1 and platform 2.
He's rocking the Edmond A7 singlet. He hits it.
Whoa!
Oh.
It almost looked like he was gonna have that turn on that second gear and get it, but unfortunately that'll be a no lift.
Now Christopher Vu back over here, jumping
22.5.
jumping 22.5 kilos. I was just about to say that is a relatively big jump for him. Well, let's see how it goes.
And now a 10 kilo jump on 2, pushing over 305 kilos, 671 pounds for Connor Kisby. Again, he's a teenager, squatting almost 700 pounds.
And he's actually not even forecasted first. It's crazy thing, squatting way over 600 pounds.
Now, Christopher had a very, very tough second attempt here, so I'm wondering to see what he puts in for his third.
And I wonder, in situations like that where the second attempt is very hard, could it just, it may not even be a strength thing. It could potentially be it was just too big of a jump, and it could just be a shock to the body of how much the increase in load was.
Yeah, absolutely. So sometimes when you take a big jump like that, I guess when we talk about overall attempt strategy, some people like to take small jumps and kind of acclimate themselves very early onto that heavy weight, or people might take those bigger jumps and conserve more energy as they get through the competition. However, you do introduce the factor of the shock to the body, absolutely, as your body simply isn't used to handling that weight, or at least on the day.
And this is really interesting for Elijah Borsev, the attempt selection here, jumping 27.5 kilos from 1 to 2 and only 2.5 from 2 to 3. I did think his second attempt moved very smooth, and same with his third right here. I'm convinced he could take some bigger jumps.
Yeah, and I think in the case of Elijah, it might just be the experience factor, right? Maybe not having a coach or just being new to nationals and learning a little bit more about powerlifting. Again, these are Teen 2 lifters, so they are either 16 to 17 years old. So they are new to this sport and have plenty of growth in store for them. So very good things in the future for Elijah. He does walk away 3 for 3.
And Elijah is actually forecasted 5th place, so he's fighting for that podium contention. He is actually tied total with 5th and 6th place, so he's in 5th place, and then Alex Dakin is going to be in 6th place in that men's 110 kilo Teen 2 weight class. And it's very interesting because if you don't know and you're watching, in a situation where 2 lifters tie in total, the lifter with the lighter body weight will come out on top. Easy opener for Jordan Nichols there as he really utilizes his hard descent.
That's a good lift on platform 1, and we move over to flight C, our third flight of platform 1. It seems to me like the pacing is kind of broken off a little bit. We are kind of starting off our third attempts on platform 1, and we are already on the openers for platform 2. A 7.5 kilo increase for Travis on 1 after missing that second attempt. Had a technical issue on his second attempt. Not sure if it might have been a command or something that is easily fixable, but he still went up anyways and is feeling good.
And he is in Teen 1 division. So he's 14 or 15 years old doing this. It's very impressive. Unfortunately, no lift just due to depth.
So again, he was able to fix whatever technical failure that was on the second attempt. However, just didn't squat low enough on the third.
And then over here on platform 2, we have Ricky Zhang in the open 100 kilo weight class. He is actually from Chicago. He owns a powerlifting gym in Chicago called Catalyst Strength. So for him, this is like almost like a local me, as he didn't have to deal with the externals of traveling or anything like that.
And I'm pretty sure these guys drove in this morning. I did as well. I also live here in Chicago. And so, yeah, Ricky Zhang out of Catalyst Strength. Nice grind here on one. Joseph Middleton, 207.5 kilos. Referees say that it is a 3 white lights good lift.
Smooth opener for Ricky, really controlling that descent here. Let's see what the judges have to say about it. And it's 3 white lights.
We see Kenny Allen, his coach, in his corner. He's in good hands.
And now we have Jared over here on platform 1 with 217.5 kilos. So Jared's actually also forecasted 4th right now. However, he's currently in 2nd place. So if he hits this, it'll be put him in a really good spot. That's a really good smooth opener. Well, let's see what the judges have to say about it. And there's 3 white lights for him.
Now, Ezekiel missed his 2nd attempt squat on depth, but it still opted to go up to 227.5 kilos. And if we know anything about powerlifters, those milestone lifts mean so much. So 227.5 is that glorious 500-pound squat. So maybe Ezekiel's kind of gunning for that. He wanted to hit that for today, and so he is not going to back down without a fight. Platform 1, 500 pounds.
And it is a little bit of a riskier attempt selection, as we just saw a couple of lifts ago with Travis, actually, the exact same scenario where he jumped 7.5 kilos. So he needs this lift, because he's actually also forecasted in 3rd place. So him hitting this lift will put him in a very good spot. Hard, fast descent for Ezekiel.
I don't think that depth is going to cut it there on platform 1. Oh, and I'm wrong. 2-1, good lift.
It is a good lift. Now, I wonder if the jury will do anything about it, because I do agree. I do think that was a little bit close on depth here. And like we said earlier, it does have the potential for the jury to overrule it.
Again, should there be any change as far as the jury, you can go to liftingcast.com/meets, click on 2026 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals. Then on the board, you can actually see an indicator of a jury overturn with a J asterisk next to the number, should there be one. There have been jury overturns on days 1 and 2, and including Masters Nationals day 1 and 2. So you can try to see and check those.
And it seems on platform 1, we do have a misload here.
So because this was a misload, the clock that is currently running for Zane will not be, he will not be penalized for it. So he is getting awarded a new clock, a new minute to take this attempt.
And what's interesting to see is he actually took a bigger jump from his 2nd to 3rd attempt than he did from his 1st to 2nd. Sinks it, is he able to get it? Smooth.
And honestly, that's so impressive on its own. He unracked it twice, and then on this 3rd time, unracked it again, walked it out, and hit it 2-1, good lift. And if you think about what your max is, imagine unracking that 3 times, squatting it, and actually hitting it, all in the same succession of like about 20 seconds.
And not even just that, but the fact that it was misloaded.
It was misloaded heavier.
It was misloaded with one play added on our side, right? Now over here on platform 2, we have Marcus Brown in the open 100 kilo division. Marcus is currently forecasted for 6th place, so he will be fighting for that podium contention spot. Marcus is actually a public school teacher out in Boston, so he made the flight over here to Chicago for Raw Nationals.
We got our GOAT on platform 2. GOAT Marcus Brown, 305 kilos, moves with ease. We got a lot of supporters of Marcus here in the chat.
And you'll see Marcus actually, he really utilizes his hard descent to get that bounce out the hole. And you'll see that with a lot of stiff sleeve users at this meet.
Whoa!
Oh, good fight for Christopher Vu over here.
And if you remember what his second attempt looked like, it looked exactly like this. So to have him come out and still add an additional 7.5 kilos to his squat after having a grind like that on the second, hitting it again on the third, I mean, that's a grinder.
And I do think that is almost as perfect of a third attempt as you could have it. Just juicing out every single kilo that's still available on the table.
Yeah, and then again, one thing I really like to say is that 2.5 kilos more that you squat or bench is 2.5 kilos less that you have to deadlift, especially in the tight competition like this at nationals, right? I mean, when you're jockeying for position, when you're that close to other competitors, that really is what sets you apart.
Now we have Brian Golden over here on platform 1 with 215 kilos in the men's open 100 kilo weight class. And there are over 42 people in that weight class, which is absolutely insane. Platform 2, we have Jordan Nichols with 277.5 kilos competing in the men's open 100 kilo division. Easy, smooth second attempt for Jordan. Let's see what the judge has to say about it. And it's pretty white lights. And I think what's really interesting at these type of meets is there's so many people in your weight class. Like, there's so many competitors that you have to worry about, which just like over here in the men's open 100 kilo division, there are over 40 competitors I saw on the LiftingCast, which is insane because that's something that you never really see at the local level.
I mean, that's how many people are usually at local meets. I mean, if you're talking about 40 people, that's a whole meet.
Yeah, that's a whole local meet alone. Now imagine that just in your weight class at the national championships.
Colin Asadina, 282.5 kilos, gets a 2-to-1 good lift.
Santina Green, I wonder what that call was for. We saw 1 yellow and 1 blue.
No, 15-kilo jump for Ricky Zhang out of Chicago on platform 2. 282.5 kilos, already pushing us past that 600-pound mark. Meanwhile, Seth on 245, that will kick us off.
Seth sinks it. Easy, smooth opener for him. We have Ricky over platform 2 with 282.5 kilos. Really controls that descent. Good second attempt. Let's see if the judges have anything to say about it. And it's pretty white lights for him.
He also just recently competed at the Arnold in Columbus, Ohio.
And Ricky has many years in sport. He's been competing for a long time, so he is almost a veteran in the sport, it seems. Very experienced lifter. Marcellus Selmans on platform 1 with 250 kilos for his opener.
Very fast. And you can see how he has that high bar position on his traps. And then Troy, I mean, you also coach people, and along with myself, and kind of talk about the sort of different bar placement, right? on the back, whether it's high bar and low bar, kind of what the differences might be as far as the squat.
Yeah, so you'll see with many lifters nowadays, I think the norm for most powerlifters is to go into a low bar squat position where the bar is laying more on your rear delts compared to a high bar position where the bar is sitting on your traps. And really, I think for most people, the high bar position is going to be a more quad dominant position. However, the range of motion tends to be a bit longer and it is less hip dominant, so it will be a little bit harder. But nowadays, you see most lifters relying on the high bar technique, as we do have both lifters on both platforms currently right now in high bar position, or low bar position, sorry.
Very fast opening squat for Gordo here on platform 1. He's one of my training partners. Unfortunately, that is a no lift on depth. Got called from the center referee and the right-hand judge. So again, that was 255.
We have Caleb Pretrees, 255. And one thing that the lifters may not know about is if you notice that both Jose and Caleb had the same weight loaded on the bar. So tell me, Kevin, if someone that doesn't know much about powerlifting, how does that work in the scenario where both lifters have the same weight loaded on the bar? Who goes first if the weight always has to be in increasing order?
Absolutely. So you bring up a really good point that oftentimes some lifters might go for the same weight with each other. And so the weights decided for who goes first is before any weight or anyone gets weighed in, there is a randomly generated lot number that is assigned. So once lifters are broken up into their days and their sessions, platforms and everything like that, there is going to be a lot number generation, which is randomly assigned and is given to all of the lifters, which first assigns the weigh-in order. So weigh-ins are conducted in order of flight. So flight A lifters will go first, flight B lifters will then go, and then flight C lifters will finish off the weigh-in period. And after those lot numbers are assigned, lifters will line up in that order and weigh in that order. And now, as far as the attempts go, if two lifters have the same exact attempt, the lifter with the lighter lot number will go first. And the reason we keep this in mind is because when it comes to especially third attempt deadlift changes, third attempt lifts, when people are really going to be jockeying for position, and those attempt changes can be made if two people have the same lot number, the person with the lighter lot number has to go first by rule. So that is going to be very important piece of information for coaches, for lifters, and just everyone to keep in mind and keep track of.
Marcus Brown. Oh, there's a bit of a sticking point on that second attempt. We'll see what he jumps from 2 to 3. It's a good lift for him. And yeah, you bring up a really good point with that, in the sense that with third attempt deadlifts, we will really see a lot number being utilized here, just because people are always trying to deadlift after their opponent so they can get put in the right spot to pull for the win, or be in the right position to pull what they needed to win.
So again, we'll talk about it a little later in the deadlifts, but just kind of what ends up happening is if somebody wants to drop and match somebody on the deadlift weight, they have to ensure that they have the higher lot number, because if they do not have the higher lot number, they have to go 2.5 kilos more than what the previous person just lifted if they are making a third attempt deadlift change. But these are squats. And we got Michael Clooney on platform 2, 287.5 kilos.
That is a good fight for Michael.
You got Riley Hennessy on 1, 270 kilos, making his appearance.
Good lift for both lifters. And not to jinx anyone, but we do have almost a full flight of all good lifts on platform 2 over here. And you'll see with many experienced lifters at the national level, the level of execution is just much higher than anything else you see at a local meet.
And again, these are lifters who have qualified and competed, and not just at any meet. Recently, USA Powerlifting has made an adjustment to the qualification for Raw Nationals. So now, in order to qualify for Nationals, you must have competed at either a state, regional, or a former national meet in order to qualify. So you must have achieved the qualifying total at any level of those meets.
And that brings up a really good point, because what's really interesting is you'll see lifters here at this very meet trying to use their total from this meet to qualify for next year's nationals in New York as well.
Yeah, so that essentially ensures that you can be a top national competitor and compete at nationals every single year without having to regress or go down to a lower level meet, whether it be a state meet or a regional meet, so you can focus and save your time and training, focusing on nationals if that is all that the lifter worries about.
Now we have Colin over here on platform 2, jumping another 12 and a half from 2 to 3.
All right, no lift there for David. We'll get one more attempt.
Now on platform 1, actually, Brian Golden with a really big jump, 25 kilos.
770.
And honestly, I'm not as surprised to see a 25 kilo jump in these heavier weight classes. Proportionally, these lifters usually tend to take larger jumps because for them it just helps them with not getting gassed as easily. And because their 1 rep maxes are heavier, these jumps are not as big proportionate to them as they are to a lifter in a lighter weight class with lighter loads.
Yeah, and again, when we talk about the proportions of it, it really is the relativity of the weight, kind of relative to the size and the amount of weight you're lifting. I mean, you're not going to be jumping 25 kilos if you are in the lighter weight women's division. Most likely, we saw mainly 7, 5, 10 kilo jumps, specifically in the squat. However, for the men, especially our session 2 men that are going to be in the super heavyweight division, we're going to see some really big jumps for that.
And now we have Ricky Zhang jumping 12 and a half kilos from his second to third in the men's open 100 kilo weight class. His coach is Kenny Allen of Reactive Training Systems and the University of Wisconsin Powerlifting team. We'll see can Ricky hit this. And Ricky really does a really good job of controlling that descent. However, unfortunately, it just wasn't there on the day.
Santana Green, 287.5. We have our first instance here on this flight where we have a missed opener and our lifter has elected to go up in weights.
And we'll see if the judges say anything about depth on that one again. Oh, no depth calls. However, there was a blue card.
So he did receive a blue card from the opposite side on the opener, along with a yellow card from that same side. He just got the blue on this second attempt. So not sure what exactly the infractions were. I believe it might just be his knees not be fully locked out at the end or at the beginning of the squat.
And now over here on platform 2, we're going to have Sebastian Mascotti in the men's open 100 kilo weight class with a 307.5 kilo squat or a 678 pound squat over here. Just absolutely insane, squatting over 3 times body weight.
Now let's see what the referees say on that depth for Sebastian here on 2. Yeah, unfortunately, 2-1, no lift.
And I actually haven't seen any lifts overturned by the jury yet, so I wonder if these lifters and these coaches are really running over to the jury and utilizing it after there are no lifts.
And in my experience from the jury that I was working on these past couple sessions, a lot of the coaches usually seek a protest or a contesting for a lift, but normally they understand that the referees are making the appropriate calls and are just seeing if the jury has any opposing view or has anything to say to them. But for the most part, jury members will agree for the most part on the referees on the platform with their calls unless there is an egregious error or misapplication of the rules.
We have Felipe over here on platform 2, jumping 10 kilos from second to third. And that was a smooth third attempt for him. See if the judge will say anything about that depth at all. And it's 3 white lights. And now over here on platform 1, we have Reese Ellison with 270 kilos. Or getting very close to that 600-pound squat mark. Sinks that super deep, and that's a very smooth second attempt for him.
Where are the Marcus Brown fans in the chat? Let's hear you guys. 317.5 kilos, 700 pounds is loaded for Marcus Brown on platform 2.
And his second attempt was a little bit sticky, so they took the very smart and conservative jump by only jumping 2.5 kilos to just secure everything we can. Because just like you said earlier, 2.5 kilos will help you with, in the sense that it's 2.5 kilos less than you need to do on bench or deadlift. However, it just wasn't there for him. But despite him missing the lift, it was only a 2.5 kilo jump, so he secured everything that he could have on that day.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded the squat session for our lifters on platform 2. So our spotters and loaders are going to be setting up the bench press on that platform, and we will take a 10-minute intermission. Meanwhile, we switch over to a full screen view of platform 1. Jose Diaz, 275 kilos, 606 pounds for a second attempt after missing his opener on depth. Has elected to jump 20 kilos. Bit of a risky move, but let's see if he got this. Let's go, Gordo. Yeah, that's
Sinks
plenty
a bit
deep.
deeper, much deeper than the opener for sure. See if just say anything.
There it is. He's on the board.
Pretty white lights. And we talk about taking a big jump from 1 to 2 after missing the first one. Is that in the sense that it is a riskier play. However, if the athlete knows that they are able to execute just like Jose did in that situation, it is a very good play. Especially if you are in a position where you're fighting for that podium contention spot, you need every single kilo you can. So sometimes you might just have to take the jump for you to be in the same place.
709 pounds.
Now we have Caleb over here on platform 1. Sinks that one. Depth may be a little bit close, but let's see what the judges have to say first. And it's pretty white lights. It's really interesting because when we see these heavier weight classes, we're going to see a lot bigger jumps than we would with lighter weight classes. Just like you said earlier, we're not going to see many lightweight female weight classes jumping 25 kilos, but it's almost like in these heavier weight classes, the heavyweights, it's almost a norm in a sense.
Yeah, I think for the most part, there is those. If you're in these weight classes, these are kind of the jumps you're expected to take. And really, you aren't going to see 2.5 kilo jumps in these weight classes. I mean, it's just, there isn't that much reward there.
Sampson, 738 pounds.
Now we have Riley Hennessy over here on platform 1 with a 285 kilo squat, competing in the open division, the 100 kilo weight class. Squatting 628 pounds for a second attempt here. Secures his walkout. Sinks that deep. And something that I think that we'll see with a lot of the taller and longer limbed lifters is a little, if you saw with his last squat, there was a little bit of that knee cave, or as what many people refer to as knee valgus on that lift. Tell me, Kevin, how often do you really see that with lighter weight classes?
I mean, in lighter weight classes, for me personally, like, it's fairly common, especially if that lifter tends to be, I guess for lack of better words, on the more lankier side. That does tend to happen, and there isn't anything inherently wrong with that movements or what ends up happening when people squat like that. Usually just tends to be a natural reaction to people squatting under load. I mean, that just tends to be the position their body gets into. So
Yeah.
just something to keep in mind as you see the different techniques in the squat. I mean, here you have a really wide stance squat where those knees protrude outward for Brandon. Really good work there. But then some of these lifters, their knees will actually cave in, and it's more of a mechanism their body engages just so they can stay balanced.
Yeah, it's really interesting. The thing with powerlifting is, despite everyone being in similar weight classes, or like despite competing against someone in the same weight class as you, almost every lifter will have a different technique on what is the most optimal for their body type and their leverages as well.
You guys make some noise.
So now we have Brian Golden over here jumping 20 kilos to 260 kilos for his third attempt.
Into the hole. I want this crowd to go bonkers. Come on now. This is an American record attempt.
Again, bar is loaded. You got about 50 seconds here for Brian.
This is you. This is you, Lorenzo. Come on, Lorenzo.
And Brian's really utilizing that high bar technique. He walks out.
And you bring up a really good point with the belt position kind of being very high up. I mean, will that really change the brace for somebody?
I think it does have the potential to change the brace for somebody, but another thing too is I think a lot of times we'll see lifters try to manipulate the position of the belt to almost as like a depth deceiver as well. They're trying to manipulate their belt position so it may be hard to see that hip crease, and so that judges may not be able to call it depth as well. So it may not always be for the sake of trying to get a better brace. But typically, I see that with longer torso lifters in the sense that they will put some of them will put their belt higher up. Santana Green over on platform 1. Unfortunately, it's not going to be there for a day for him.
Again, he still has that 1 second squat on the board, so he is walking away with something. So we'll see him back in the bench press. Seth Aguiar here going for 600 pounds, 272.5 kilos. So got a few more squats left to go with just over 6 minutes left in our intermission for platform 2. Again, 600 pounds here on platform 1.
He sinks that one pretty deep. However, it's not going to be there on the day for him, unfortunately. Next up, we have Marcellus Clements over here on platform 1 with 277.5 kilos in the 100 kilo men's open division. This will be a 611 pound squat for him.
So again, we see the hype from our coaches there in the coaches box. Marcellus Clements, 277.5 kilos.
Sinks that deep, but it's just not there on the day.
Yeah, again, I kind of wonder if he went just a little too deep on that one. It looked like he just kind of went down into the hole and didn't have the necessary tension to make that recovery.
I feel like a lot of things you'll see with many lifters is it's not even the fact of being fatigued. It's just, for many lifters, it just moves good till it doesn't. So it's really like when they hit that wall.
And I'd like to say that Reese Ellison is in really good hands this competition. We see that he is being handled by Cordarius Harris, and he also has our executive director of USA Powerlifting, Heather Foss, on both sides of his corner. So he is in good hands. Let's see if this attempt selection works out well for him. 285 kilos, third attempt squat.
It is really interesting to see a bigger jump from second to third than the first to second.
Unfortunately, a little bit too much for him on the day, but we'll see him back for the bench press event.
Next up over here on platform 1, we have Caleb Petrie with 287.5 kilos in the men's open 100 kilo weight class. We'll see if he'll be able to hit this one. Unfortunately, the last 4 lifts have all been fails. So can he break the trend?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our premier sponsor is A7. And there's some breaking news. A7 just gave us some shirts. They just gave us some pink shirts to throw out to the crowd. Here's the deal, though. The crowd has to get loud. You have to get loud for the pink shirts. Come on,
we have Caleb up on here.
Toss them over there. Toss them over there. They're getting loud over here. Get loud over here. Come on, over there.
His first 2 lifts are very good. Let's see if the trend will follow up on the third.
Who wants it? Who wants it? Who's for A7? Get loud for A7. Make it work. Oh, big round of applause for A7, ladies and gentlemen.
Sinks it, and that's a very smooth third attempt. I think he definitely had a little bit more in him. Regardless, free white lights, good lift for him. It's very interesting that we talked about the lot number and that being the determinant of which lift goes first if 2 lifters have the same weight. Because you'll see with the next 3 lifts, we actually have all 3 lifters with the same load of 300 kilos.
So if we just kind of fast forward a little bit and imagine ourselves in the deadlift event, right? So these 3 lifters will have to go in this same order if they are deadlifting the same weight. So again, having that lower lot number kind of places you in a bit of a disadvantage if you have to go first before your other competitors. But here is Zachary Diston, platform 1, 300 kilos. He gets 3 white lights. So again, a huge confidence builder, going 3 for 3 in the squat event. Again, building some really, really good momentum as you head into the bench press.
And now over here, we have Caleb Chim with 300 kilos, 661 pounds for him. He's wearing the black and white A7 singlet. Shout out to our sponsor, A7. And he fights for that sticking point for a good third attempt. And just said free white lights, that it's a good lift for him.
And our final go of 300 kilos, Riley Hennessy, 300 kilos, 661 pounds. 2 more squats left to go in this flight before we go on a break, and we are just under a minute to go before platform 2 begins their bench press attempts. So again, if you are watching the stream, don't go anywhere. We are going to get started with our bench pressing here on platform 2 momentarily.
Atlas Lifting Company. Atlas Lifting Company. Lift the world is in the hall. Check them out. Check out Atlas Lifting Company. They got some really cool shirts in the hall.
Riley over here walks it out.
Nice lift there for Riley. Smile on his face, and he knows he's got it. Oh.
And you know what I saw that could have, I don't think that was what the infraction was for, but what could have potentially been an issue for him was he looked like he was in one of the rare scenarios where the lifter's elbows are almost touching their thighs to provide some extra support that could have led to a no lift.
Yeah, typically that's going to be a yellow card infraction. If there is any elbow support on the thighs. Who knows if there was any other things that the referee saw. Again, it was a center referee that threw that blue, so we're not entirely sure what it might be. Should there be any change as far as the jury is concerned, if there is an overturn, we will let you all know. But as it stands, Riley Hennessy is unsuccessful in his 3rd attempt squat. But however, we have one final squat in this platform. Jose Diaz, 302.5 kilos. 667 pounds. Meanwhile, platform 2, we will get started with our bench pressing. Gordo here on platform 1, 302.5 kilos.
The bench press. How much you bench on platform 2?
3 white lights for Jose Diaz on platform 1, our lifter out of Chicago.
All spotters, loaders, and judges.
And again, we have taken our 10-minute intermission here on platform 1, waiting for our spotters and loaders to set up that platform, and then our 10-minute timer will start. Meanwhile, bench pressing has begun on platform 2.
How about a round of applause for Annette, ladies and gentlemen? Start us off on the bench press.
Very fast opening bench press for Madison Moore on platform 2, 3 white lights. And one thing to note about bench pressing is that there are 3 commands in the bench press. Our lifters, as far as the execution, the way it'll work is our lifters will lay flat on the bench with their upper back and shoulders on the bench along with their butts. Both points have to be in contact during the bench press at all times. And then finally, their feet must be fully flat on the platform. Once all those things are met and the lifter has unracked the bar, holding it out with full arm extension, they will receive the start command, at which they will lower the bar down to their chest and hold it on the chest motionless while they wait to receive the press command. Once they receive the press command, that lifter can now press that bar back out to full arm extension, and then they will hold it again once more and receive the rack command, in which they will be done with their lift. Ellie Davey up next from Davey Strength, platform 2.
Platform 2, 209. Joy on platform 3, 203. This is Barbell Productions.
Ali Davey with a smooth second attempt. Opening attempt on platform 2. That was a good lift.
This is Mr. Barbell Productions. Give Kevin a big round of applause. This crew gets all the photos for lifters. He doesn't like when I do that, but he's incredible.
Miriam Velasquez on platform 2, 100 kilos, 220 pounds.
209 pounds of Miriam on platform 2, 220.
There are appreciate that. Miriam Velasquez for 220 on platform 2.
Good lift on platform 3.
Good lift for Miriam here on platform 2.
Good lift there, 3 white lights.
Wow, 237 pounds.
Morgan McLeod now 107.5 kilos, 237 pounds. And so, Troy, I had earlier mentioned the bench press commands and mentioned one key word, which was motionless on the chest. And so when it comes to the bench press, what does motionless actually mean? And kind of what is some of the issues some lifters may have in getting the bar to be motionless based on their technique?
Yeah, so the biggest important thing with the pause on the bench press is making sure the bar is completely still and doesn't move, right? Oftentimes you'll see many lifters at the local level, they'll slam the bar on their chest and the bar will be shaking and they're not going to get that press command for maybe like 3, 4, maybe even 5 seconds due to the bar still shaking. So in terms of being motionless, making sure the bar literally does not move when it's on your chest is something that many of these experienced lifters have at the national level. And it's important that when we hold the bar in our chest and we get that press command, we're pressing in a straight upward motion while keeping the bar paused on our chest. Because otherwise, a term for when the you receive the press command and the bar travels downward to get a little bit of that extra momentum is heaving, and you want to make sure that you don't get called for heaving on the bench press due to getting that downward motion after the pause. It's like right here, Rachel Stark. You see, she has the chief referee has a little bit of hesitation before giving that press command due to that little shakiness on her chest.
Yeah, and one important thing also to kind of to know is that the referees aren't necessarily waiting, or actually are not waiting at all for any predetermined amount of time to hold a lifter in the bench press. So they're not counting seconds. They're not seeing when they want to necessarily give the press command on their own doing. They have to wait until the bar is motionless. So it really is up to the lifter to decide how long of a command they want based off of how quickly they can get the bar to settle on their chest.
100%, yes. Because there's no in the rulebook there's no determinant of how long a pause should be. It should just be whenever that bar does not move anymore and it is truly motionless.
And coming up next on platform 3 class now, 259 pounds.
Now we have Jacqueline Dubo over here with 117.5 kilos in the women's open 100 kilo division. And so Jacqueline is actually forecasted first place in that weight class. And you'll see many of these lifters, when they're arching their back, they're really trying to utilize their arch as much as they can to limit that range of motion to add more weight onto the bench press.
Yeah, and again, lifters are playing to their strengths and maximizing the efficiency. Again, when we think about powerlifting and when we think about our energy and efficiency, we can think about it like from a machine perspective. If we decrease the range of motion, so to speak, we are decreasing the amount of distance we have to travel from point A to point B. We conserve a bit more energy in doing that, and so that extra energy can be converted into more kilos on the bar. In essence, this is to say the more efficient you become in your lifting, and it doesn't necessarily mean decreasing range of motion, but just the more efficient you become in learning your technique, learning how to move with your body, the better you will be in moving a 1 rep max in powerlifting.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that is one person's technique in this sport will not always work for another. Everyone is built differently. Everyone has different leverages that are meant for them. So one person's technique may not always work for you. So it's really important to maximize your leverages with your own technique.
Shelby Morris, who is an American record holder, just smashes 264 pounds for her opening bench press attempt.
And like the thing with that is like powerlifting is not necessarily a game of creating like as much brute force as possible. It's about maximizing your levers and trying to move the weight as efficiently as possible, like you said earlier. And now on platform 2, we have Annalette Douglas. She's currently forecasted in first place in the women's Raw Junior 100 kilo division. Smooth second attempt for her. We have roughly just a little under 2 minutes left in our 10-minute intermission on platform 1, and we'll be returning to flight in platform 1 very shortly for the bench press.
Got Maddie Moore taking a 5-kilo jump.
Yeah, Lindsay Walls is in the house. 297 pounds.
Oh, unfortunately, that's too big of a jump for her.
And then bench press is one of those lifts. Gets a white light there. Bench press is one of those lifts where you really have almost zero room for error, given how technical of a lift this is. So, I mean, when you fail a bench press like that, you almost wonder if there is some sort of misgroove or something like that. Just because normally a 5-kilo jump isn't going to necessarily force a miss like that.
Yeah, and just like you said, the bench press is a very technical lift. Something little just as holding the pause for an extra 1 to 2 seconds could throw off the entirety of the lift. And now we have Jamie Fullerton over here, or sorry, Jaime Fullerton over here in the women's 100-kilo raw open weight class with a 102.5 kilo bench press. So this is going to be the big 225 2-plate bench press for her at Raw Nationals. She fights it. It's going to be a good lift for her.
And just like that, we are kicking us off with the bench press over on platform 1. So now both platforms 1, 2, and over in the other stream 3 and 4 are all bench pressing. Mary Jane Anderson will kick us off with 47.5 kilos. MJ is actually lifting in the Teen 1 division. She is 14 to 15 years old, competing here at Nationals.
Super impressive to see lifters that young competing this early in the sport. So now over on platform 2, we have Myram also benching 102.5 kilos. That big 225 2 plates for her at Raw Nats. Taking her time to set up, really utilizing the levers like we talked about earlier. It's going to be a no lift on platform 1. And now over here on platform 2, we have Rachel Stark jumping to 110 kilos, 242 pounds for her second attempt. It's really interesting because I don't think I've really seen many lifters so far take a lift off at all this meet. So if you don't know when you're watching the stream, you do have the option in the bench press to ask one of the sparrers to give you a lift off to assist you in unracking the weight. But it doesn't seem like many lifters are taking that option.
Yeah, and when we talk about a lift-off, I think this kind of opens up the conversation when talking about consistency and how you can actually prepare to mimic the same training environment, how you do it in training at the gym versus here on the platform. So let's just kind of talk about the two differences about it. You personally, Troy, do you do a self-handoff or do you get somebody to lift off for you?
Yeah, so I personally do take a lift off, especially since I also compete in both the raw and the equipped division. So oftentimes many equipped lifters will take a lift off due to being in the bench shirt. However, I do see the argument of the spotter always changing at every meet you go to, so the lift off may not always be consistent. But me personally, to me, as a longer armed lifter, I do think that the energy conservation just is very beneficial to me. So I always ask for a lift off no matter what meet I'm at. What about you?
So have you ever ran into a situation where the lift off actually impacted you and was not a good lift off, for lack of better words?
Yeah, yes, but I do think that there is some responsibility on the lifter to provide clear enough directions to the spotter so they can meet your needs with the lift off. Because in the sense that you go up to the platform and you tell the spotter you just want to lift off and you don't give any clear directions, there is a lot of room for error there. So I do think that there is much responsibility on the lifter to provide very clear directions how they do want to lift off.
Absolutely. I think that I'm in absolute agreement there. However, I personally always do a self handoff. I think I just do it out of building that consistency. I think also in training, in the gym, I mean, everywhere I go to, I travel a lot for reffing. I'm kind of all over the place training in different training environments, so I can't always rely on my training partners. I can't always rely on there being somebody there at the gym who understands powerlifting and knows exactly what I want out of a lift off. So I think for me personally, I just do a self handoff because I've just gotten used to it for so long. But I can totally see the argument for both. And again, it just matters. Again, how well you can replicate the same training environments and variables here on the platform. The last thing you want to do is introduce a whole new plethora of new variables that can impact your performance at nationals.
100% agree there. And the slight counter argument I'll give to that is because many lifters' training variables are changing anyways with the type of bar they use, the type of bench pad, or the type of rack or plates, etc. I don't think adding in the external variable of a different person giving the lift off would change that much if you're already willing to change all the equipment you use.
Absolutely, yeah, I can agree with that. Nadia Guadarrama on 1, taking 87.5 kilos as an opener. We have some support for her here in the live stream chat. Let's go, Nadia. Now Jacqueline Duval taking a 7.5 kilo jump, already benching 270 pounds.
That was technically her 5th bench of the day, technically.
And Jacqueline is actually tied for first place in the 100 kilo weight class. However, she does lose that body weight tiebreaker advantage. So it will be a close head-to-head battle going into deadlifts.
And a very, very tough second attempt for Jacqueline. Gets 3 white lights, good lift, but still a very tough second. So you wonder how much more she's got left in the tank as she moves into the thirds. But before we move into thirds, Shelby Morse is taking a 281-pound bench press. Again, she is a national record holder in the bench events.
And her and Jacqueline are actually going head-to-head in that weight class. So if she hits this would be huge for her.
Her all-time best in the bench press when competing in full power is 286 pounds, and so she is just 2.5 kilos shy of that. So let's see if she can break a PR in the full power bench press division here. Her all-time best doing a bench-only meet is actually 300 pounds. And I think she's got more than 2.5 kilos in the tank for her.
I agree. That was smooth, easy second attempt. Now we have Taya Badger on platform 1 in the junior 100 kilo weight class, opening with 97.5 kilos. She is actually competing both the open and the junior division for the 100 kilo weight class, where she's currently forecast at 3rd place for the junior division.
And again, like we described, not only is she competing against people in her age, but she's also competing against the open category lifters, meaning she had to have qualified in both the junior and the open and is double registered, double competing, and a possibility of double medaling, which we've had happen before. We've had a junior win overall in the open and juniors.
And on platform 2, fighting for that 3rd attempt. Securing it with 3 white lights. Now on platform 2, we have Madison Moore, who actually failed her second attempt and is retaking on the 3rd. So like we said about the bench press being very technical, there are a plethora of things that could potentially go wrong, such as the pause being too long, your feet sliding, or whatever the case may be. There are many things that could go wrong, so we'll see if she can get this 3rd attempt bench. And Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, the 3rd attempt bench is one of the statistically most missed lifts in powerlifting.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and it's not just a guess either. That is actually a factual thing. The 3rd attempt bench press is the most commonly missed bench lift in a lift in all of powerlifting across all weight classes. And to hit that bench press, I mean, it is a tell of how well your attempt selection has been for the competition.
And Madison secures that 90-kilo bench press after failing on her second.
We got Davey strength on platform 2, 226 pounds. Product of MSU powerlifting. Platform 2, Allie Davey. There it is.
And she's fighting for it.
Great work for Allison David on platform 2. She gets 3 white lights and 3 for 3 in the bench press event.
And it seems like with the bench press, we're going to see a lot smaller jumps. We'll see a lot more 5 and 2.5 kilo jumps, especially compared to what we saw with squat.
And I think one thing we can kind of just allude is that bench is going to be more predictable as far as the attempt selection goes, just because you're not really going to exceed or deviate from your game plan should a second attempt or an opener move really good. You're not really going to go, hey, let's jump 2.5 or 5 more because our opener moved really well. You're better off just sticking to the game plan and actually just stacking kilos. Again, you are heading into the deadlift after this, so if you miss on bench press, you're having to make up ground and cover for that in the deadlift event, which is not what you want to do. You do not want to chase. You just want to build up the biggest base for you to be able to pull into whatever position you want to achieve here at Nationals.
Now on platform 2, we have Myram over here with 105 kilos, 231 pounds at 100 kilo body weight.
Meanwhile, MJ on 1. Very easy press for MJ. Nice
Very
lift.
easy third attempt for Myram.
Yeah.
Both lifters with good lifts.
Now we saw Bria miss on her opening bench press attempt. Got a technical call. Let's see if she can fix this here for this second. She did elect to go up 2.5 kilos, looking to cover at least some ground.
And she is competing in the Teen 2 division, so she's either 16 or 17 years old. So this must be a very nerve-wracking experience for especially many younger lifters after missing their opener at the national stage.
Again, that looks good to me. Let's see what the referees say.
And if you're watching the live stream, something you'll notice is the chief referee did wait a little bit before he gave her that press command. So just like how we talked about earlier with the bar having to be motionless on your chest, the chief referee will not give you that press command until that bar is completely still. So that's why she had to wait a little bit before she got that command. Over here on platform 2, we have Rachel Stark with 112.5 kilos, 248 pounds.
Now, these are some pretty big bench presses. Alina Shnoy on platform 1, 80 kilos, 176 pounds. Yeah, and we had a very tough descent there for Rachel. She kind of like went up and down, kind of paused it midway through, but I'm unfortunately unable to press it off her chest. We'll see her back for the deadlifts.
And that kind of goes into what we were talking about earlier with the bench press being very technical, like anything could go wrong, just like your descent going a little bit off or you pausing too early or too late. That could very easily lead into a no lift.
Again, it looked like she kind of paused it halfway, a few inches before getting to the chest, and then had to lower it even more. Almost looked like an equipped bench press, and it just couldn't get it off the chest. Huge shout out for Nicole Miller here. Is retaking 115 kilos. Let's see if she can get it on the third.
She gets it off her chest. She's fighting.
Fortunately, that won't go, and it appears there was also multiple instances of kind of downward motion there. So even if she would have got it, it'll be a no lift. But we'll see her back for deadlifts.
Now for London poise, we have 87.5 kilos. She's competing in the junior 100 kilo division with a 192-pound bench press. London is currently forecasted 5th in the juniors 100 kilo division, so she is going to be fighting for that podium spot. Get up a little bit sticky, but she gets lift. Let's see what the judges have to say about it. And it's 3 white lights. That's a good lift for London. Over on platform 2, we have Maureen McLeod with 115 kilos or 253 pounds. Taking that 2.5 kilo jump just to secure everything she could. Oh, she gets up, and that was pretty easy for her. I think she may have had another 2.5 left in her. Let's see what judges say. 3 white lights, and that's a good lift as she celebrates with her handler. And now, Elizabeth Cullen on platform 2, jumping to 115 kilos, 253 pounds. Gets off her chest, a little bit sticky, but can she lock it out? She locks it out, and let's see what the judges say about it. 3 white lights, that is a good lift for her. Over here on platform 1, we have Nadia with 92.5 kilos or 204 pounds. And as we talked about of powerlifting, moving weight efficiently as possible, you can see Nadia really utilizes her arch here to be able to get extra kilos loaded onto that bench press for her.
181 pounds for Jessica.
A smooth second attempt for Nadia. And she gets 2-to-1 good lift. There is a there's a red light in the center judge for yellow cards. That could be a plethora of things. That could be something such as your heels coming off the floor, you jump into command, you fail in the lift, etc. That could be many things that could indicate a yellow card. Over here on platform 2, we have Shelby Morse with 130.5 kilos. Now, as mentioned earlier, the bare minimum jump you're allowed to take in powerlifting is 2.5 kilos. However, Shelby's third attempt, she is breaking a national record, which allows her to chip and go over under that 2.5 kilo jump and take smaller increments. She's attempting a national record bench press.
Once you see that ball go up, just start screaming for her.
Let's go, everyone, show your support for Shelby Morse on platform 2 as she tries to break this American record right here. And she gets it up. Oh, and she makes this national record look smooth and easy. Let's see what the judges say. And the judges say that is a good lift. 3 white lights for Shelby Morse breaking an American national record. And now over here on platform 2, we are starting flight B. First lifter is going to be Nathan Pace with a 127.5 kilo. He's competing in the men's 110 kilo teen free division. So he is 18 or 19 years old competing at the national championships. Smooth and easy opener for Nathan. Judges say that's a good lift. And now over here on platform 1 with Deidre Thompson with a 102.5 kilo second attempt. That's going to be a 225-pound bench press. She gets off her chest and makes it look super smooth. And let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Deidre. On platform 2, we have Sawyer Bigelow with 142.5 kilos as his bench opener. He's competing in Team Furry 110 division, 110 kilo division. He's opening with a 315-pound bench press at the age of 18 or 19 years old. There is a little bit of sticky point, however, something you'll see with his pause as well. There was a little bit of a low sink with his pause, and it's 2-to-1 no lift, so that could be a little bit, that could either be the little dip after receiving the press command from the pause, or that could be downward motion from the press itself. Tadra on platform 1 with 105 kilos. Unfortunately, she's not able to get it today. We'll see if she retakes it on the third attempt. And now back on platform 2, we have Cayenne Graham with 142.5 kilo as well, a 315-pound bench opener. He's competing in the 100 kilo junior division. Smooth and easy opener for Cayenne. Back on platform 1, we have Alexis Boards with a 125 kilo bench press second attempt. This is going to be a 275-pound bench press for her. She's competing in the open 100 kilo weight class. And something that I was talking about earlier, Kevin, is especially with these heavier weight class, you'll see a lot of lifters will sink the bar onto their chest. Do you, as a judge, do you often ever see many lifters get called for heaving off the chest?
Not necessarily, only because that press command is given once that bar stops moving. So if the lifter is sinking that bar down into their chest and that they're sinking, typically the referee will wait until that bar is, they stop sinking in and they're motionless on the chest. If the lifter kind of sinks it a little bit deeper after they get the press command and tries to get a little bit of momentum out of it and kind of thrust the lift a little bit, then at that point there will be a call for heaving. But unless there is any additional sinking after the press command, that's heaving. But normally, I mean, it really isn't that big of an issue. Oftentimes it's really too hard to tell.
MJ over grinding out her third attempt. And she gets one red light and it's a blue card that could potentially be for up and downward motion, I believe. Or regards good lift. And on platform 2, we have Xavier Stacy. He's in the men's 110 kilo team 3 division at 18 or 19 years old, fighting for that podium spot. And for him, that pause was a little shaky there. I could potentially see a blue card being given later on out in the later attempts.
Sounds like they wanted you to put more weight on the bar. She'll be back though. She'll be back to the deadline. Oh, Victoria is back.
Now, on platform 1, we have Alina Chinhoy jumping to 82.5 kilos or 182 pounds for her third bench. She's really utilizing her arch to make the weight move as efficiently as possible.
Whoa, what a grind on platform 1. And honestly, a grind on bench press like that is very, very rare. Normally, bench press is one of those lifts where it either goes up or it doesn't, right? I mean, rarely are you ever going to be in an instance where you're grinding a lift like that.
I agree. That was a great attempt selection on her end. Now we have Gabe over here on platform 2 with 160 kilo bench press opener. And he really utilizes that fast descent.
Next up is Gary Kraus on platform 2, 170 pounds. Hit it.
Kelly looking to pick up an additional 2.5 kilos, taking very, very small jumps, but consistent. Okay, I'm not sure about that press command. Oh yeah, she did get it. Three white lights.
Now over here on platform 2, we have Trent Harrison with 160 kilos as his opener. Trent is actually currently forecasted first place in the 110 kilo men's Raw Team 3 division. He makes that opener move super easy. 3 white lights for him. Well deserved. And just like we said earlier, we're seeing a lot of 2.5 kilo jumps from the second and third attempt. Everyone's just trying to secure every single kilo that they can get on the day, leading into deadlifts. It's a good lift on platform 1. Now Nathan Pace jumping 7.5 kilos to 135 kilos. Gets that press command. It's a little sticky toward the top, but it looked good. Ooh, and he gets a yellow card from the center judge. I wonder what that could be. That could be for a plethora of things, just like we talked about earlier, whether it's jumping the command, your feet coming off the floor, your butt coming off the bench. That could be for many things, but regardless, it's still a good lift.
So we got Sawyer retaking 142.5 kilos for that second attempt weight. Meanwhile, Lund Hoist taking a 5 kilo jump, 92.5. Pushing us past that 200-pound mark.
And actually, on Sawyer's first attempt, he was called for downward motion after the press command, which is why I brought into the conversation of potentially heaving. We'll see if he's able to hold that pause and keep it motionless even after he gets that press command today. It seems like he kind of paused like halfway through the descent. Let's see if the judges will say anything about that. He gets a yellow card.
I believe that might be for heaving on the platform 2. I think heaving is indicated by the yellow card. Meanwhile, downward motion is more so kind of when the bar is already in its ascend, not entirely after the press command. Who knows what that chief referee saw. I'd say this is a fairly bigger jump here for platform 1. Nadia taking 7.5 after taking 5 kilos. Normally, you don't see a bigger jump from the second to third attempt as you would from a first to second. Let's see how Nadia handles this.
She will get up, but can't she block it out? Fortunately, it's just not there for today. And that is, like we were talking about earlier, that is a very risky attempt selection of taking a larger jump from the second to the third compared to the first to second. Because if you miss your third attempt, just like how she did, you could potentially leave kilos that could have been there with a smaller jump instead. Now we have Zachariah on platform 2 with 155 kilos as his second attempt. Molly smokes her third attempt on platform 1, making it look very easy. And there is a big grind on platform 2 on Zachariah's second bench. See if the judge will say anything about it. 3 white lights. I wonder what he'll jump up to his third.
Taya Badger missed her second attempt bench press. Is looking to retake 105 kilos, 231 pounds. Again, a very smart choice in retaking this weight. Just wants to get it on the board. Again, Taya is one of the competitors who is currently forecasted in the top podium position in the women's Raw Junior division. So she needs these kilos to stay in the mix.
She gets that third bench up. Let's see if the refs say anything about it. 3 white lights for Taya Badger. She is still forecasted in third place in the women's junior division. William makes the second attempt look very smooth and easy. See what the judges say about it. Another 3 white lights for him. This is going to be the second last bench of Flight A in Platform 1. And after this lift, actually, we have Alexis Boards breaking the American record with 131 kilos on the bench.
Again, this national record is going to be in the open class. And if you remember, over on platform 2, we had Shelby Morse, who broke that same record with a 130.5 kilos. So now we have Alexis, who is looking to chip that by another 0.5 kilos. And here we have it.
And Kevin, from an athlete and a handler perspective, how often do you see people really utilizing the chips on the records? And what advantage would it give someone to chip a record instead of jumping it by 2.5?
Absolutely. So let's say in the example of you having a chip advantage, like what we saw in Shelby Morse or here now in Alexis, if you have the same, if you have a chip advantage, now somebody can't necessarily tie on total with you because they can't take an increment of 2.5 kilos of less than 2.5 kilos, so they have to go an extra 2.5 kilos more and outlift you in order to win. But here, Alexis Boards has 131 kilos loaded on the bar. American record attempt.
Can she get up? So she will lock it out. Unfortunately, she's not there on the day.
Give her a round of applause.
That'll be a no lift. So now Shelby Morse continues to claim that national record attempt. And again, like I was saying with the chip advantage, so now Shelby Morse is the only one in the 100 kilo class up until this point who has a chip advantage. So let's say right now her current forecasted total is 543 kilos. So let's say if somebody has a forecasted total of 542.5, in order for them to be able to beat Shelby Morse, they would need to go up an additional 2.5 kilos and go all the way up to 545 kilos. Since a 0.5 kilo increment is not a valid attempt unless they are breaking a record and unless they are chipping it.
Yeah, and that really gives her the advantage because it makes our opponent have to do more than they need to.
Yeah, and if she wants to try to beat somebody, all she has to do is technically match the total, because with the chip advantage, she automatically gets that 0.5 added to whatever total she gets. So she will have that advantage. She doesn't have to necessarily lift a whole 2.5 kilos more than their competitor. And as we continue to wrap up bench pressing, we're going to kind of start developing and building up these storylines as our totals are slowly coming in with these teen lifters filling out the platform on platforms 1 and 2.
And something that's really interesting is Shelby Morse set that American bench record on platform 2 in flight A, while her
competitor Alexis.
Her competitor Alexis was actually on the opposite platform, so it's really interesting to see them go head to head against each other on different platforms. Sora is grinding this one out. Let's see if the judges say anything for downward motion at all. And he made it undeniable. He's 3 white lights for Sora on platform 2. Now on platform 1, we have Elijah Bozorov in the Team 2 division, smoking 102.5 kilos, 225-pound bench press for Elijah. Very easy lift. Now Kyan Graham with 160 kilos for his 3rd attempt. He is in the juniors division. He's fighting it. Unfortunately, it just isn't there on the day. It's really interesting when we're talking about the change of pace between the two platforms and going head-to-head on their platforms earlier. Because right now, actually, Platform 2 is on their 3rd attempt of bench press and flight B, while Platform 1 is going to be on their halfway through their 1st attempt. So it's really interesting from a handling perspective to see two lifters battle out at different pacings. Well, their platforms going at different times.
Connor Kisby, 167.5. Nice grind, able to push past those sticky points. He gets 3 white lights.
Now we have platform 1. We have Ezekiel opening 110 kilos, making it move super smooth, super easy. So now Trenton Harrison on platform 2 has 170 kilos on the first start attempt bench press, 375 pounds. Ooh, it seems like the judges believed his elbows weren't fully locked out, I believe. Either that or his heels. Or they were giving him an issue with his grip. He seemed to get the replace command. He still has some time to unrack and get the start command. We'll see what he's able to do. So I believe the replace command was due to his grip, right? Oftentimes you'll see many lifters with extreme cases of what's usually called as bulldog grip, in the sense that their fingers almost like coming off the bar. So I think that's why they gave him that replace command there, as the head ref pointed to his hand.
Yeah, and again, all fingers need to be in contact with the bar. And if you're using a max grip, you have to have that forefinger or your index finger in contact, covering the ring. So not just in contact with the ring, it has to be fully covering that ring. So if the referees see any of that center ring exposed by your grip width, that's unfortunately going to be in no lift. Meanwhile, William Boyd with a smooth 170 kilo attempt, he gets 3 white lights.
On platform 1, we have Christopher Vu with 160 kilos as his opening attempt. He went 3-on-3 in squats. Let's see how his bench press goes. That's a very smooth, easy opener for him. 3 white lights for Christopher. So now Xavier over here jumped to 172.5 kilos. Easy third attempt for him. And I honestly think he had a little bit more in the tank on him on that third attempt bench.
Final bench press on platform 2 for this flight. Meanwhile, that was the final opener on platform 1 for flight B.
And you know, what's really interesting in USA Powerlifting is I haven't seen much of yet is in USA Powerlifting, lifters are allowed to have their head come off the bench, correct? Have you seen much of that this last weekend?
Not really. I typically mainly see the head coming up off the bench during the heavyweight or super heavyweight bench press lifters. So maybe potentially a little bit more of that as we get through the first session and move over to the second one. We might see more of it, but honestly, I think it might just be more so of a subconscious thing lifters do, not necessarily this is part of my technique, although that can tend to happen.
For sure. And now we have, on platform 1, we have Travis Summer retaking his opener after missing it. 90 kilos, 198 pounds for him. He's competing in the Teen 1 division. So he is either 14 or 15 years old in the 110 kilo weight class. Kevin, do you remember your first nationals? I feel like as a Teen 1 lifter, being 14 or 15 year olds at the national championships, that must be a very nervous and nerve-wracking experience for many.
Yeah, so my first nationals was actually in this venue, like I had mentioned. It was back in 2019. USA Powerlifting were on nationals. It was here back when they still had prime time. It was a big deal. They had a lot of great lifters competing here. Same venue. I mean, I still remember the layout. I have pictures and everything. And yeah, but I think for me personally, nationals was a very memorable moment, only because I remember competing in my local meet. At first not even knowing what a qualifying total was or what a nationals was, but then halfway through the meet I learned that my total for that meet was getting really close to where the national qualifying total was, so I was gunning for it, and on my third deadlift I pulled just enough to qualify me for nationals. So definitely something I was looking forward to, and definitely something I will always remember.
Over on platform 2, we have Marcus Brown smoking a 150 kilo opener. Pretty well lights for him. You see, he has a pretty close grip on his bench press. He's a very stacked joint, utilizing that close grip bench press, which you don't really see too many lifters do in the lighter weight classes compared to the heavier weights.
Yeah, and I think kind of just continuing on with the bench press technique and just more so the different variability of what a technique and the positioning might look at. I mean, unlike the squat or deadlift where there aren't too many moving factors or too many things you can change, here, I mean, you have your grip width, you have your foot positioning, toe angle, your arch, how if your head is pressed up against the bench, if your head is up, if your neck. I mean, there's just so many different things you can change in the bench press that can decide entirely of what your technique looks like. So it's very interesting to see the same discipline be performed in hundreds of different ways.
It's very interesting you say that because I would bet from a referee perspective, at least in my opinion, the bench press is probably the most difficult lift to judge just because there's so many factors to worry about. Whether it's your feet coming off the floor, your butt coming off the bench, the pause, downward motion, etc.
Yeah, and I totally agree. There's just so many unique things to look at, and it almost creates a very unrealistic expectation to be able to track every single thing. However, referees are positioned well across the platform just so they can ensure they don't miss anything.
Easy opener for Michael Kunle. Next up on platform 2, we have Ricky Zhang opening up with 182.5 kilos or 402 pounds, opening up with over 400 pounds for his opening attempt. He is a Chicago native.
Good work there for Jared on platform 1. Ricky Zhang, who was hit just at or above 200 kilos in training, opening us up with already over 400 pounds, 402 for an opening bench press attempt.
Pretty smooth and easy opener for him. His last meet at the Arnold Classic, he did 424 pounds on the bench press. Let's see what he'll jump up to next. Next up on platform 2, we have Felipe Savaria with 187.5 kilos, opening with 413 pounds on his bench press opener. Absolute insane bench press for an opener.
Meanwhile, we got a 15 kilo jump for the Team 2 lifter on platform 1.
It's very interesting that you see a 15 kilo jump, especially on the bench press. Usually most people don't jump nearly as much. Oh, there is. It seemed like he got up, hit the stick point, and then just went back down.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that 15 kilos is a bit too big of a jump on the bench press. I mean, unless you're a bench press specialist, that makes sense. But oftentimes, I think it just be a little bit too much of a shock to the body.
Right, like totally. It might not even be a strength thing. Like he definitely might have the strength to hit it for sure, but it just might be too big of a jump. That it's like your exposure to heavy weight is really interesting because when you take these big jumps, it just might be such a big shock that you might not be able to handle the load.
352 pounds for Noah.
Next up on platform 2, we have Colin Asadina with 192.5 kilos for his opening attempt, 425 pounds as a bench press opener. Really utilizing that thing to get that pop off the chest. And something I don't think we'll be seeing nearly as much with these heavyweight lifters is a very high arch soft touch bench press compared to what we saw earlier with the females. I think oftentimes with these heavier weight lifters, we'll see a lot more of an aggressive sink off the chest than we will a soft touch.
Yeah, and again, a lot of these guys are packing on some huge muscle mass, so they're going to be using that to their advantage and almost brute strengthening it sometimes. I mean, we've seen lifters hit really, really big deadlifts with very close grips. So again, I think Sam right here is a prime example of what that looks like. I mean, didn't really have as technical of a bench press, but still had a very, very strong press. Now we got a crowd favorite here in the chat. Marcus Brown, 157.5 kilos.
Marcus Brown is from Boston, Massachusetts. He actually trains at Urban Powerhouse. So all Urban Powerhouse communities, let's show some love for Marcus here. 157.5 kilos, 347 pounds.
Just shy of his all-time best of 160.
Gets it up. Let's see what the referees say. It's a good
nice.
Lift. And now on platform 1, actually, Travis Summer, after missing his opener first time, then retaking it, he jumps 15 kilos from 90 to 105 kilos. So he's jumping to 231 pounds for his third attempt. And I think that's kind of the trend that we've been seeing with these teen lifters is they're taking very big jumps. Now, whether they can handle the big jumps or not is the question. And you see what Travis is, he's a very close grip. He's really utilizing what we're talking about, just pure like brute force on the bench press.
Unfortunately, there was a no lift there. And to me personally, if I see two red lights on the side with yellow cards, I'm probably assuming the butt came up off the bench. I mean, from this angle that we see, we're looking at the exact same angle as you guys on stream, so we can't obviously see the butt coming up off the bench. So if the two-side referees caught it, then it's most likely, often than not, that the chief referee wasn't able to catch it either.
And that's really interesting because that's where the big jump on the third may be a little bit risky because him missing that cost him minus 15 kilos that he could have had going into deadlifts. So maybe if he had taken something just a bit lighter, he could have secured a lot more in his total. Now we have Alex Dakin with 110 kilos, 242 pounds. Fortunately, he's not there on the day. Seems like gravity was just a bit too strong for him today. Now on platform 2, we're back with Ricky Zhang with 192.5 kilos, 424 pounds. This would match what he most did recently in March at the Arnold, the Battle of the Regions. However, I do see on his open powerlifting he has done a little bit more than this. He has done 197.5 or 435 pounds before.
Oh! And it just looked like he lost a little bit of his foot positioning there. Got slipped off the bench, so firstly that'll be a no lift and a good catch by our spotters in being able to catch that. But we'll see Ricky come back for his third attempt.
And then that's just like how we were talking about earlier, how the bench press is very technical. You can, if your feet slide or you lose your position on your shoulders, anything like that could happen at any time.
And that entire time Troy was talking, Jared was grinding out that lift, so it just kind of goes to show how much of a grind that was. I mean, grinding out a bench press is super, super rare, and especially like that. I mean, normally you don't see like 10-second grinders on bench, so that's awesome.
Quickly hitting that 195 kilo bench press.
So it looks like Ricky has gone up to 200 kilos for his third attempt bench press. So he that weight probably felt really good in his hands, came down nice, but with that foot slippage, he obviously lost positioning, lost tightness, and wasn't able to get that lift. But based off of his training and potentially his coaching, Kenny Allen probably convinced him that, hey, let's just go up to 200 kilos, let's get something on the board, and then just continue shooting for that placement.
That is a really interesting jump, because just like how we were talking about earlier, sometimes too big of a jump can be just a shock to your body, because although he did unrack it, he didn't actually get to move and press the bar. So we'll see if that plus 17.5 kilo jump from his opener will just be too much for him. And Jordan Nichols actually, from missing his opener, jumping 12.5 kilos over here on platform 2. He did get one white light on his opener, so I'm not so sure what the call was on for a yellow card. But we'll see if he can hit a second attempt. Oh, and he makes it look smooth. Securing the 202.5 kilo bench press. Seiko getting that call 2-1. Good lift. One blue card. I wonder if that could be for his soft elbows or some potential up and downward motion from the center judge. Now over here we have Sam Marzubic with 155 kilos for his third attempt. He is currently 5 for 5 today, so we'll see if he can keep up this trend and go 6 for 6. Gets it up. And the lift is good. 3 white lights as him and his coach Koom celebrate off the platform. So over here on platform 2, we have Marcus Brown, 162.5 kilos for his third attempt. I know there's a lot of Marcus Brown fans in the stream right now, so let's all show some love for Marcus. Ooh, that pause was a little shaky. If you watched, so that's part of the sense where we're talking about that for you to get the press command, the bar has to be completely motionless on his chest. If you just look, it seems like the bar seemed to bounce a little bit on his chest, which made him hold that pause for longer than he needed to, which is unfortunate.
Now Chris Vu on 172.5 kilos, 2.5 kilos of a jump.
Gets up, is he able to lock it out?
Fortunately, no lift. Thank you for our spotters and loaders and being able to catch that weight. Sebastian taking a 5 kilo jump. And now this is a very important lift for Joseph Middleton. So he is in a very tough battle. And normally you don't see battles in the Teen 2 division. But if Joseph is successful in this weight, he will be right behind Zane Zabrowski, who is currently forecasted Zane at 592.5 kilos. And if Joseph is successful with this weight, he'll be at 587.5 kilos, holding a 5 kilo spread among the two Teen 2 lifters. So like that, the gap widens just a bit, and now the both lifters, Zane and Joseph respectively, are separated by just 10 kilos on their forecasted total.
And now over here on platform 1, we are starting Fight C, the first bench press with Brandon Chen with 140 kilos.
And so now Flight C will feature just some more of our open lifters in this category.
Over on platform 2, we have Felipe Sarabia with 200 kilos for his third attempt, 441 pounds. Since it gets good pop off his chest. It looked good. Will the referee say anything? Oh, 2-1 good lift. There is a yellow card on the left side judge. I wonder if that could be for potential butt come off the bench. It looked good on my end. What'd you think? You see anything?
No, not really. I mean, I think it's one of those things where like the angle that we have is only giving us that one perspective. So we're seeing exactly what the chief referee might call it, right? So it's just a bit tricky to see the feet, the hand positioning, but just kind of stay tuning in on platform 2. We have Ricky Zhang, who's coming up to 200 kilos. Again, a 7.5 kilo jump from his second attempt, and a 17.5 kilo difference if he is successful with this, if he can secure this to a total. So Ricky Zhang, platform 2 out of Catalyst Strength.
Oh, he gets up. Is he able to lock it out?
Oh, unfortunately, no lift for Ricky Zhang.
And that's just where the risk to reward comes in, right?
Yeah.
With that 17.5 kilo jump from the opener.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those where you are here, nationals, you're kind of going based off of what you have hit in training. So it appears that Ricky and again Kenny believe that was in the cards. And Ricky's training has been looking pretty good too. He's been able to hit 200 kilos in training, which is honestly reflective here in the attempt selection, but I think it just wasn't there on the day. I feel like that missed attempt also kind of gassed him, kind of throwing him a little bit out of the groove.
Colin with a smooth 205 kilo bench press. It's gonna be 2-1 good lift. A blue card from the front judge. I wonder what that was for. Maybe potential upward downward motion. And now on platform 1 with Caleb Petrie. He's in the open 100 kilo division with 152.5 kilos. Smoked his opener. And there's one yellow card on side judge. I wonder what that would be for.
Now we got Jose Diaz on platform 1, 155 kilos, opening attempt weight. Jordan Nichols, 205, 451 pounds. Wow.
Smoked that third attempt. Pretty white lights for him. And now platform 2 is heading on to a 10-minute intermission before we move on to deadlifts.
I have the great pleasure of training with Jose Diaz, better known as Gordo, here, coming to us from the south side of Chicago. Platform 1. Oh, kind of a little weird there on that ascend. It looked like he kind of pressed it towards one. It looked like one elbow extended further beyond the other one, and he could kind of adjusted into that balance. I feel like it might have just been a balance thing.
Yeah, the descent seemed a little bit unbalanced, and the pause was a tad bit shaky, but that it could be due to that unbalance. But we'll see what he jumps on in a second.
And again, we have a 10-minute intermission now. Platform 2, we have our lifter on platform 1 giving some final instructions to the spotter and loader. Again, he's getting a lift off, so it's very important to be as clear as possible on what the instructions are and what you want for a lift off.
Yeah, especially since this lifter has never met the spotter before. It's someone that they don't know, and the spotter is also giving liftoff for 40 other people in this meet. So it's not going to be known until you give the directions how you want your liftoff. Pretty smooth opener for Brian. And there is one yellow card in the front. Next up, we have Riley Hennessy with 167.5 kilo opener, 385 pounds for him. He's competing in the open 100 kilo weight class. He's not taking a lift off.
Let's do it, Jimmy. Jordan Weber, platform 4, 429 pounds for his opening bench
And you see about Riley's technique is he's really utilizing that max grip to the best of his ability while still making sure that ring is covered with his index finger.
That is 3 white lights.
Wow, what a round that went out for Jimmy Luke is good. 2-1.
Next up is Santana Green, opening with 170 kilos on his opener. 375 pounds for Santana's opener. After a little bit of a rough start on squats, let's see if he can make it up on the bench press today.
Looks like he's being handled there on the side by Nick Stevens out of South Carolina. He's also been commentating for us this entire weekend. You probably have heard his voice in a couple of sessions if you've been watching along.
And if you see with Santana's technique, he is a very close grip. He's a very long arm lifter with a close grip technique. He's really utilizing that brute force off the chest with his arms.
Yeah, he's got a very big deadlift with those long arms. Doesn't have to pick up that bar off the ground for that big of a distance. However, that does play in a bit of a disadvantage with those long arms, since there is a long distance, long way up, long way down, as I like to say, in the bench press.
And that's the nice thing about powerlifting too, is that in the sense, even though you may be disadvantaged at one lift, usually your levers will make up for another lift. So in this sense, that even though he has to travel a longer range of motion with his long arms on the bench press, it usually makes up for on the deadlift very well.
And then it explains very well as to why some people are just naturally better at certain lifts compared to others. A bit tough of an opener for Reese. He's able to get it there. Let's see what the refs say. Waiting on those
looked
lights.
like his initial left elbow was kind of bent a little bit to me.
Yeah, so 2-1. I mean, you really don't want to be in a position where, I mean, fortunately you get the good lift, but it's just not a ideal position to be in. Kind of makes it tough on a handler in deciding what weight to do next. Because on the flip side, the athlete can try to convince your handler that it was just a misgroove and to continue going along as planned. But you as a handler, you don't want to put your lifter in a position where maybe they're just being a little bit too overconfident, and then you don't want to essentially have them go 1 for 3 if they end up missing their second and third.
Right, it's a little bit kind of what we talked about earlier, in the sense that while you may hit some really big numbers on training, it's not about what you hit in training, it's about what you're going to hit today, right? Your strength can only be so strong on the day because there's so many factors to take consideration, whether it's the judging, it's the travel, etc., the equipment you're using. There's so many factors to consideration with your attempt selection.
Yeah, and I think it's super important, again, like you said, that you are basing your attempts on how you feel on the day, because you can't necessarily go based off of how you felt on your best day when all the stars were aligned. You know, you got your sleep, you got your nutrition, everything was perfect, all the variables were there. But then here at Nationals, when you can't necessarily control every single thing about what's going on, you don't control the pacing, you have to warm up with others, you are just in an environment where there is a lot of fixed variables that are not the ones you control. Again, it just makes things a little bit difficult. And again, an experienced lifter and experienced coaches will definitely be factoring those things in.
Next up, we have Seth here with 162.5 kilo on his second attempt. He's competing in the men's open 100 kilo weight class.
Also known as Mike, 396 pounds.
And it's just another example of a lifter really utilizing their arch and utilizing their levers to lift as efficiently as possible. Smooth, easy second attempt for Seth.
Yeah, picks up 10 kilos. And we don't even have Marcus lifting in this platform, but let's go, Marcus. We got about 5 minutes left until we commence platform 2 in the deadlifts. Meanwhile, Caleb will be taking also a 10 kilo jump, looking to hit 162.5, rocking that. I'd like to say old school GBT singlet. If you know, you know.
Hitting that second attempt, making it look very smooth for him. 3 white lights. Next up, we have Jose Diaz, or Gordo, the Chicago native here with 167.5 kilos for his second attempt.
And again, just kind of looking at these forecasted placings, I mean, this is such a deep class. I mean, we have so many people who, based off of forecasted placings, are all within 5 kilos of each other. I mean, if you just look or take any lifter and add 10 kilos up or down their total, I mean, you will be jumping multiple placings. So it just kind of goes to show how basically, essentially, one attempt can make or break a few standings in a competition like this.
It's really interesting because there are so many people that are so close neck and neck to each other within 10 kilos, everyone's always going to be trying to constantly jump each other and be ahead. But with that, a lot of people will probably slip up. So you have to be very strategic in what attempt you're going to submit, especially for your deadlifts.
2-1 there. Might have been for the elbows, might have been for that slight pause that was kind of in the middle of the lift. Might have been seen as an up and down movement, but 2-1, still a good lift.
And now next up we have Brian Golden with 172.5 kilos, competing in the 100 kilo weight class. He is bench pressing 380 pounds. He is currently now 4 for 4. Let's see if he can keep this trend going on his second attempt bench press. There's roughly 15 seconds left to get that start command. Oh, a hard sticking point on that second attempt. Let's see if the judges say anything about it. Oh, unfortunately, it's 2-1, no lift. The center judge and the right judge gave a yellow card. I wonder if that was for his butt or potentially jumping command.
Yeah, again, it's one of those things where we, from this position, can't necessarily see exactly what the side referees are calling, but again, we are just as informed as you guys since we are just watching the stream. We're just trying to interpret what's going on here on screen. Riley Hennessy, 177.5 kilos, getting real close to that 400-pound mark. We are now up to 385. Very, very explosive press off the chest. 3 white lights.
3 white lights for him.
Small jump here, just 2.5 kilos. Looking to just cover some ground. And honestly, I think this might be some of the strategy that lifters may implement after having missed either a third squat or just maybe not having the squat session that they might have wanted, right? Taking some more conservative jumps, rebuilding that momentum and getting some more consistent lifts and just stacking kilos on top of each other might be the strategy for bench press.
Yeah, this is a really interesting jump. He jumped 2.5 kilos, and while may not be the biggest jump, he's trying to take everything that he can on this day going into deadlifts to make sure he has the biggest subtotal he could get.
Yeah, and that second attempt looked just as difficult as you would want a second attempt to move. It didn't look all too hard and not all too easy, so I think 2.5 kilos was the right call.
Next up, we have Santana Green, 177.5 kilos, 391 pounds for his second attempt. And Santana is another lift that really utilizes that close grip bench press. big pop off chest. Can he lock it out?
And again, it is not an infraction to lock out uneven, so that is a 3 white light lift. As long as the center of that bar doesn't go down, lifters are allowed to basically kind of seesaw that lift, right, where one tricep kind of unlock before the other one.
Now starting deadlifts on platform 2, we have Lauren McLeod opening up with 175 kilos or 385 pounds. Makes it look super smooth, super easy. And for those of you that don't know, on deadlifts, you are allowed to wear baby powder on your legs. So, Kevin, can you explain to the audience why you might want to use baby powder on your deadlifts?
Absolutely. So, in powerlifting, there are 2 main substances or products that lifters can use to kind of benefit their lifting in a way, right? So, most commonly and most notably, we know that is chalk, right? So, what chalk does is it absorbs moisture in the hands, and so lifters can apply it to either their back and their hands to be able to increase the grip either the bar has on their back, on their bench, or the grip on their hands for the bar. So there's that. There's chalk, makes it, in other words, a little sticky, right? Makes it very very dry for you to be able to grip. However, baby powder is a very slick and slippery surface of powder. So what it does is it decreases the friction that the bar has when it rides up against the legs. So it just creates a smooth surface for the bar to not get caught on your skin or thighs when you are locking out that deadlift.
Yeah, I think what we'll see is, especially when we get toward the third deadlift, when a lot of people are grinding out and fighting a deadlift, that baby powder is going to be really beneficial and really useful as that bar slides up their legs and rubs against it.
One thing to know about these deadlifts as our ladies are starting to go on and hit their opening attempts is assuming they have hit at least 1 successful squat and 1 successful bench press. If they are successful in their opening deadlift, they would have officially posted a total and are considered in the meet, right? So you aren't officially in the meet until you hit a successful deadlift, right? So now you have a total, you have an official placement, and then now at this point, it is, a lot of people would consider it the point in which the meet starts, since now it is time to push and start fighting for those placements.
Now Seth with 170 kilos. Smooth, easy third attempt for him.
Ali Davey out of Michigan coming out platform 2. She's got a very, very good deadlift, and 185 moved like nothing. She gets 3 white lights.
Next up on the same platform, we have Shelby Morse with a 200 kilo, 440 pound deadlift opener. She is currently forecasted second in the women's raw 100 kilo open division. We'll see if she can sneak in her way into first. Smooth, but a little bit of a slower opener than what we were expecting for Shelby.
Again, Shelby's that second one to strike, and now that they have officially secured those totals, I mean, their forecasted placements are so close to each other, just going based off of what they have forecasted. I mean, they're currently only spread by 5 kilos amongst the 2 ladies. I mean, one of the very interesting things is that they both have chips to their advantage. Elizabeth has a chip advantage from these squat events. Shelby has a chip advantage from the bench press event. So realistically, it may still be possible for them to both tie on total and then be separated by body weight, in which case Shelby is the lighter lifter among the 2.
Now we have Brian Golden on platform 1.
Oh, what a grind on 1.
After missing that second attempt, let's see what the judges say for this one. 3 white lights, he gets in, it is a good lift. Rachel Stark on platform 2 with 440 pounds or 200 kilos. smooth and easy attempt for her.
So for lifters like Rachel, who are currently forecasted in that 5th place spot, you could absolutely still be in contention for landing yourself in that podium. But one of the things you have to be careful is to not overextend yourself and open up the door for lifters who are currently sitting in 6th, 7th, 8th, and trying to then outpull you and then try to sneak in and swap their placement for your medal.
It's really interesting then with the attempt session, because it's like, what do you value more? Do you value just getting on the podium, or do you value trying to get in top 3 and trying to get that that pro card or try to qualify for Worlds?
Yeah, I mean, to some people, it's podium or nothing. So that's really what it comes down to. Some people might not even care about a 4th or 5th place medal. They just want a podium. And I mean, I can't even blame them. I mean, podium is what gets you paid. Podium is what gets you invite to Worlds first, priority, and then again, those pro cards come into play as well. And now, as we finish out some of our openers in the women's 100 Raw division, Jacqueline is the 3rd one to strike here in this tough battle for podium. Again, it is very, very close between Shelby, Elizabeth, and Jacqueline. Good attempt there for Jackie. That is a 3 white light lift. And if we look at the forecasted placings here, just looking up based off of what their totals are after their opening deadlift, we have Shelby, who's currently forecasted with a 540.5 kilo total, Jacqueline with a 540 total, and then Elizabeth with a 533 kilo total.
We're looking for Latoya Snell on platform 3. Latoya Snell.
Great catch by our spotters on platform 1. Amazing second attempt there for Morgan. Such a textbook lift there, just like our good friend over here. Marcus is a physical education teacher out of Boston, Massachusetts. Big shout out to all of our professionals out there who are also competing here in powerlifting. People from all walks of life competing on one platform and one stage. Santana Green taking 182.5 kilos, 402 pounds in the 3rd and final bench press. Meanwhile, Miriam Velasquez, 185 for her second attempt. Both attempts over 400 pounds. Great catch by our spotters on 1. Now we got Elizabeth Cullen first to come in here for the deadlift opener, deadlift second attempts. Let's see what the refs call on that second attempt. 3 white lights, good lift. And again, as she pulled that, she has provisionally moved herself into that first place finish with a 545.5 kilo total. Again, remember, Elizabeth Cullen and Shelby Morse have a chip advantage. They both have chipped national records in the squat and bench press respectively, adding a 0.5 kilo increment to their total. And like that, our spotting and loading team are finishing up, setting up the platform for the deadlifts. We're going to take a 10-minute intermission on platform 1 and shift to a full screen view of platform 2. Shelby Moore's 7.5 kilo jump. This will put her back into that provisional first place position, putting her 2.5 kilos above Elizabeth Cullen. And ladies and gentlemen, look at what just happened. So Shelby Morse has unfortunately missed that second attempt deadlift and has kind of opened up the door for our lifter here in Jacqueline and Elizabeth to maintain and stay in that lead. So Shelby Morse is posed with a very difficult decision in whether or not she continues to push or she just looks to stay where she's at and defend her medal placement. So again, as we continue looking down through the placings, Shelby has missed her second attempt. And from the entire time she has been leading this competition, she is now looking from the outside in as far as the gold medal position is concerned. But over here, Nicole Miller, what a grind for this second attempt. Unfortunately, just gets stuck at the knees and will not go. So again, it looks like Shelby Morse will be retaking 207.5 kilos. And if she is successful with that, she is banking on Elizabeth Cullen missing her third attempt, and essentially falling at that same total where Shelby Morse will win by 2.5 kilos. But again, if Elizabeth Cullen is successful in this 202.5 kilo attempt, she is going to be forcing Shelby Morse's hand in making her pull something beyond what she is capable of pulling.
We have Richard Stark on platform 2 of 212.5 kilos here.
This will move her into fourth place.
She gets it off. Unfortunately, she just gets stuck right at the lockout.
That'll be a no lift, and her total currently sits at 512.5 kilos, which opens up the door for lifters like Annette Douglas, who is coming up right now. If she is successful with this 220 kilo attempt, she will move herself from 6th place over to 5th, bumping Rachel Stark out of a medal position.
And that's really interesting at these type of meets where there's so many people can jump each other at any point in time unexpectedly and just snipe each other out of that podium position as well.
And again, ladies and gentlemen, after these ladies finish up lifting, don't go anywhere because we have Marcus coming up next in the next upcoming flights over on platform 2.
Now we have Annalette Douglas with 220 kilos, 485-pound second attempt for her.
And again, she needs this lift here to move herself from 6th place over into a medal spot in 5th.
It does seem like the Sparks cuff evened out the bar. Look just a bit more on the platform. Smooth second attempt for her.
Wow, what an easy lift for Annette Douglas. And just like that, she has now moved herself into kind of the driver's seat in her battle against Rachel. Now she is sitting at a 515 kilo total.
And along with that, she's still forecasted first in the juniors division as well. It's almost like she's playing 2 games, right?
Right,
she's
yeah.
worrying about what Rachel might jump into or what make sure she secures her lead in the juniors as well.
And it looks like Annette Douglas has pretty much ran away with the junior title. There really isn't anyone who is in contention for the juniors, which is why I'm assuming she's double dipped here in the open, since she has convincingly won juniors and is now battling out the open lifters and trying to see how far up she can place them within that division.
And now actually, forecasted total-wise, in the women's raw 100 kilo division, forecasted Shelby Morris is actually forecasted third now. So if she wants to get in that second place position, she has to at least load 210 kilos and change her third. And for you, those of you that don't know back home, you are allowed to change your third deadlift twice. Now we have Morgan McLeod on platform 2 with 192.5 kilos. So smooth, easy third attempt for her.
And again, especially after our round of second deadlift, it looks like Jacqueline Dubois is pretty convincingly in that lead since she is put in the placeholder of 240 kilos, but she's currently sitting at a 550 kilo total, followed by Elizabeth Cullen at 545.5 and Shelby Morris at 540.5. So just a 9.5 kilo spread among the podium. So again, it still is anyone's game with Elizabeth Cullen having to be the first lifter to go first, followed by Shelby, and then Jacqueline, who will have the decisive win.
Yeah, and Shelby's in a very tricky spot right now because she's currently in third place right now. If she wants to jump to second place, she has to go plus 2.5 kilos to 210 to jump in second. And actually...
And again, Shelby isn't necessarily at threat from having any of the lifters coming in and stealing her third place medal. She pretty seemingly has the bronze locked in. However, I mean, it really is a matter of whether or not she wants to shoot for silver or gold.
If she shoots for gold, she'll have to jump an additional plus 10 kilos from missing her second. So it's a 217.5 kilos. But to get into second place, she'll only have to jump 2.5. So it's really risk to reward on her end what she wants to do. Good third attempt for Holly Fullerton. 3 white lights.
All right, now Elizabeth Cullen, 200 kilos loaded. She did drop from what she initially had put in for her third attempt. She is now opting to go in 40 pounds, 200 kilos. This will put her total to 550 kilos. This is to take the lead over Jacqueline. Elizabeth Cullen, third deadlift attempt, 200 kilos. And look at that. Elizabeth Cullen gets a down command, and she is now your leader. She is now leading the pack with a 550.5. That chip advantage comes into play. So again, if Jacqueline looks to try to beat Elizabeth, she will have to lift an additional 2.5 kilos above her, even though she is the lighter lifter. Up next, we got Shelby Morris, who has opted to go up 2.5 kilos. This will push her total to 550.5. However, because she is the lighter lifter, she will beat Elizabeth Cullen, who both have chip advantages. Again, this is to move Shelby Morris from third place to the gold medal spot.
Can she get this third deadlift? If she hits this, she has to bet on Jacqueline to now miss.
Let's go, Shelby. This is to move yourself into that gold medal position. Oh, and it won't go.
Fortunately, just not there on the day. However, she still secured that bronze medal in the women's 100 kilo open division.
And again, she also does walk away with a bench press record. So now it is really going to be up to Jacqueline on whether she will be dropping down her third deadlift placement here just enough to beat Elizabeth Cullen.
And this is really one of the big advantages about having the heavier deadlift.
Yeah.
Is that Jacqueline is so much later in the flight compared to everyone else. She has more time to calculate, and she knows exactly what she needs to load in order to win. Because now her second attempt was 220 kilos. So all she has to load is 222.5 kilos to chip over Elizabeth and be in that gold medal position.
And again, I'm anticipating there to be a third deadlift change here for the coaching staff for Jacqueline. But who knows if this is 570 going to be a record pull or a a chance to land herself in the best lifter category.
Now we have Rachel Stark on platform 2, retaking her second attempt at 212.5 for her third. Fortunately, it wasn't there on the day.
We're just about 30 seconds away from the start of deadlifts on platform 1.
And this is really interesting because as we get into later deadlifts, I still have not seen the attempt change yet from Jacqueline and her handler. Oh, it seems like they did submit one attempt change to 230 kilos for her third.
Again, I personally think this is a very risky attempt change. All you need is 2.5 more than what your second attempt was, and you're risking the gold medal for a potential, whether it be 500-pound lift, whether it be a total PR. Not sure what the strategy there is, but you can change your third deadlift attempt twice. So Team Jacqueline has already done it once, so she has one more change for that. So who knows if they will drop it back down to 222.5 kilos, which is all she needs to take the gold.
Yeah, I do personally agree with you. From a coach and handler perspective, this is a very risky jump to go plus 10 from second to third when all you need is plus 2.5 to win.
And we're getting some decent information here from the comment section. So I'm just clicking here on Jacqueline's name, and she is a master lifter who is competing amongst the open. So this is a very, very remarkable feat. And talking about remarkable, look at this deadlift grind on platform 2. Madison Moore at 215 kilos goes up, and she gets 2-to-1, a good lift.
Platform 1, we have London Post in the junior 100 kilo division.
So an attempt change has to go in now. Otherwise, Jacqueline will be forced to pull 230 kilos because 225 is being loaded now for Annette Douglas.
And now the bar is loaded. So Jacqueline either has to submit to 227.5 or depending on the lot number. So Jacqueline can still switch to 225 kilos if she would like. However, it seems like attempt change has not been submitted yet. She can still submit 225 kilos for the second attempt change to take a lighter load to try to secure first. But based off what it seems like right now, it seems like she's leaving that 230 kilos for either a PR or some type of record.
That'll be a no lift, and there is no attempt change for Jacqueline Dubois. So not only is she the master lifter competing against the open, but she is your last puller in this flight.
If she pulls this will put her in the gold medal position for the open 100 kilo weight class and make her an open national champion.
So again, we know Elizabeth is watching from the bleachers. She is currently in the lead, and she is about to get dethroned by Jacqueline.
She gets it up. Is it good?
Oh, that was an easy attempt, and apologize for doubting you, Jacqueline, but you are your national champion, women's raw 100 kilo division. Jacqueline Dubois wins with a 560 kilogram total. Wow, what a battle that was.
While also competing as a masters lifter.
That is incredible. And ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, because after this flight and the next one, we have Marcus Brown. We're building up some really big anticipation for Marcus. We're very excited to see him lift. Where are the Marcus Brown fans in the chat? Let us know you are here. But now we have Zachariah on platform 2, 220 kilos.
While on their platform, we have Monty Ontiveros with 165 kilos for her opener. Oh, that does seem to be a no lift for Zachariah. It seems like he got up and he got stuck on his fives, and it just stopped from there. Next up on platform 2, we have Xavier Stacy with 225 kilos for his opening deadlift at 496 pounds. Xavier had a really good day on the bench, going free on free. Let's see if he can keep that trend going up in deadlifts. Next up on platform 1, we have Nadia with 180 kilos as her opening attempt, 396 pounds. It's up a little bit slow, but still a smooth opener. Now on platform 2, we have Zora Bigelow with 337.5 kilos, 524 pounds. It's up. It's a good look for him.
Christina Sanchez on 180 kilos, and you can see that aggression in which she comes out to take the bar. She's means business. Let's see if the referees like that.
I could potentially see using the thighs as a support surface.
Yeah.
And for those of you watching the live stream, if you're unfamiliar with the term hitching or ramping, it's essentially when a lifter bends their knees and their thighs down and unlocks them to use their thighs as a supportive surface to almost use their thighs to glide the bar up their body to make the lift easier for them. In that scenario, that would be considered a no lift from the referees. Now, William Boyd, 265 kilo deadlift over 585 pounds.
And I just want to preface real quick that even though we have already named Jacqueline Dubel the champion of this weight class, we still have the bottom half of the flight of this category still lifting, and we have Deidre Thompson, who is currently coming out to 200 kilos. So depending on how fast this opener moves and depending how big of her jumps are, there is a possibility she can start sneaking in and creeping into possibly taking a 5th place or anything above that. So we just want to preface that. I mean, these are provisional standings and our weight class still isn't over with.
And the advantage of being in a later flight is that you know exactly what number you have to load to try to hop in the place that you need. So all the lifters that are currently in 1st through 8th place have already done their meet and finished. So she knows exactly what number she needs to load to jump into that podium position. Now on platform 2, we have Connor Crispy with 275 kilos as his opening attempt, 606 pounds, while also being in the Team 3 18 to 19-year-old division. That was a super smooth and easy opener for Connor. Now on platform 1, we have Bria with 110 kilos, 242 pounds.
551 pounds for Z.
And it is a no lift. Wow. From what I saw, I believe she had dropped the bar, and the referee saw that she had let go of the bar too early before they went on the ground, and the chief and the right side referee had called her for dropping the bar on that.
Yeah. Fortunately, you have to stay in contact with the bar up until the plates touch the platform. So if you prematurely release your hands from the barbell before the plates touch the platform, that'll be a no lift, and that'll be considered dropping the bar.
And oftentimes what you see with that call is it's not even like lifters are intentionally trying to slam the bar on the ground. It's just they happen just to let go at like the last second, like 1 or 2 inches before the plates touch the floor.
Now we got our final deadlift for the opening flight round. On flight B, platform 2, Trenton Harrison, 305 kilo opener, 672 pounds for the Teen 3 lifter.
And he is a sumo stance lifter, which is something we haven't seen too much from that weight class on this platform today. Oh, it does look a little... Oh! It did look a little sticky until it got to the top. I'm not sure what happened there. If he just lost his grip or he lost balance with the bar whipping, or what had happened.
And so this is a very interesting scenario because Trenton Harrison is one of the lifters who is currently in contention for that Team 3 gold medal spot. Right now, Connor Kisby is in the lead with a 767.5 kilo forecasted total. However, Trenton Harrison, if he is successful with this lift of his let's see what he puts in. He's retaking 305. He's going to be only 10 kilos above Connor Kisby with a 777.5 kilo total. However, he must hit this weight and get himself on the board if he wants to be considered for this gold medal spot.
Now on platform 2, we have Zachariah Burrows retaking 220 kilos, 485 pounds. A little slow, but he still gets it up. And let's see if the judges say anything this time. 3 white lights for him. It's a good lift. Three white lights.
And Marcus Brown already in a league of his own. I can already hear him warming up in the back.
Give her a round of applause.
Nice lift there onto for Xavier. Taya Badger in a really tough battle with Christina Sanchez. Both girls are currently tied on total.
And Taya's in a tough spot because she has a lower deadlift. So because she has a lower deadlift, she's going to have to take her third attempt before Christina does. And so she basically has to hit wherever she can and hope Christina misses.
Yeah, so Taya in this case is the bigger subtotal. She came in with a 190 and 105 squat and bench respectively. Meanwhile, Christina Sanchez had a 175 and 102.5 kilo squat and bench respectively. And so she is the better deadlifter. So she will have the final say in this battle.
So we're fighting for that sticking point with his 260 kilo deadlift. Got the down command and 3 white lights for him.
Now, this is a difficult thing for some of our junior lifters in the platform 2, right? So there are lifters that are lifting in this platform competing against lifters who are barely on through their first attempts. And so it's going to be a bit difficult for some of our lifters here in trying to battle each other who are currently like very similar in total.
Good lift for Gabe. Easy second attempt for him. Next up on platform 2, we have William Boyd with a 280 kilo deadlift for his second attempt, 617 pounds. Bars loaded for William. He has hit a 339-pound deadlift before, so we'll see what he loads up on his third attempt here. A little hard off the floor, but once it gets off the floor, it moves super quick, locking out, getting that down command. And it looks good, and just say 3 white lights. Now we're back at another scenario that we've seen commonly throughout this whole meet, where a lifter misses the opener and they still take a decently big jump. So we'll see Nathan Pace on here on platform 2 after missing his opener.
Again, it's a tough race here. Nathan is trying to pick up some ground because he is currently in that tough battle for that bronze medal position against Xavier Stacy. So again, it looked like this lift was successful. So now he has officially got himself on the board. Connor Kisby looking to extend his current lead in the 110 Teen 3 division. Looking to move his total from 747.5 to 777.5. 767.5, I apologize.
Gets it up.
He's done just that.
And now Connor's in a weird position where if he wants to beat Trenton in that weight class, he has to try to jump big enough that he can cover the gap between him and Trenton and then beat Trenton's total as he is the higher body weight.
But again, Trenton needs to make a lift first and get himself on the board. And he does just that. Trenton Harrison is on the board here. 2-1, good lift, as close as you could get. And Deidre Thompson, 210 kilos, as one of our final open lifters left to go in this class. 2-1, good lift.
Trenton's lift seemed very close to dropping the bar. It seemed like he put the bar down, but his hand kind of opened a little bit in the sense that it almost visually it looks like the bar's coming out of his hands. So we'll see if the judges watch out for that in the next lift.
Now we got Mary Jane Anderson in a complete league of her own. She is a Teen 1 lifter. What an impressive feat to have a 14-year-old competing at Raw Nationals. Not only is she going for 115 kilos, 253 pounds, but she is going for the elusive 9-for-9 performance at Nationals. This will put her total at 277.5 kilos. I mean, what an incredible feat to go 9-for-9 at Nationals at just 14 years old.
Extremely impressive.
What a grind for Mary Jane Anderson. And your lift is good. 3 white lights, 9-for-9. What a perfect day for our teen lifter.
Back on platform 2, we have Zachariah Burrows with 245 kilos.
Let's get behind Lauren here. Come on, platform 4, her final attempt.
If he hits this will throw him in the position to make sure that he can get on the podium, assuming that Sawyer would miss. Well, unfortunately, it is not there today for Zachariah. Leaves the national in 6th place. We now have Xavier Stacy on platform 2 in the Team 30 110 kilo division with a 252.5 kilo deadlift for his third attempt. That was very smooth. He could have opened with that.
And again, he is currently tied on total with Nathan Pace at 665. And with that pull, he has now moved himself above that into the podium spot with a 675 kilo total.
We'll see if Nate will load what he needs to snipe out and get in that position.
Yeah, so I mean, as it stands right now, Xavier Stacy is sitting in that bronze medal spot with the only one really in contention for threatening that bronze medal spot is Nathan Pace. Meanwhile, there is a battle for first place between Trenton and Connor coming up next.
Now on platform 1, we have Elena Chinhoy with 177.5 kilos on her third deadlift shirt today. Sora's fighting. Can he lock it out?
Oh, I believe I saw some possible downward movement of the bar, but he gets a lockout. He gets a down command. It's all up to the refs.
It is not a good lift. Alena's fighting. She's fighting at the top. She's stuck. Can she lock it out? Can she lock it out and finish the lift? Seems like it's not there today.
However, Alina still finds herself in that 5th place spot, and she will be walking away with a medal.
Next up on platform 2, we have Gabe again with 280 kilos for his final deadlift today. Let's move him up to 8th place in the men's junior 100 kilo weight class.
Very, very important lift here for Taya Badger. Not only is she looking to pull herself to pull a 400 pull. She is in second place, looking to defend that spot. She's looking to extend that lead and put it out of range for Christina Sanchez, who will be pulling after her and trying to beat her on total. Taya Badger to extend that second place lead, gets the down command. 3 white lights for Taya Badger, our lifter out of Concordia University. So let's see if we see a attempt change for Christina Sanchez in trying to beat Taya Badger.
And now for Christina, she's in a tough spot because now she has to jump at least 20 kilos to be able in that position to beat out Taya.
Oh, and that pull by William won't go. Just gets stuck there at the very top of the lockout.
And for what it seems like, Christina has already secured that third place spot. So if she loads that plus 20 kilos to try to beat out Taya, actually 22.5 kilos from what she currently has. So if she loads 220 kilos, she will jump into second place. However, her competitors in fourth and fifth place have already finished their meet, so she has absolutely nothing to lose if she loads it right now.
And just to keep you guys updated with the action on Platform 2, Nathan Pace has successfully pulled 302.5 kilos, officially bumping Xavier Stacy down to fourth. And so Nathan Pace has secured his bronze medal at Nationals with a 682.5 kilo total. Now, Trenton Harrison is currently sitting in the gold medal spot and is looking to extend his lead and put his total into the 785 range, putting it out of reach, potentially out of Connor. But however, Connor has the last say, and Connor will be pulling last.
If he hits this, he's going to force Connor to jump 20 kilos from his second attempt, and it will try to put him out of place to secure the gold medal.
Oh my goodness.
He got it up, but I'm not sure if he lost balance or what happened.
So again, he is currently in the lead. However, because Connor took that big jump of 20 kilos to try to outpull, he has his hand forced in taking 315 kilos, because if we go to the lot number, Connor has the higher lot number, so he has to go after Trenton. And so he can technically load 312.5 kilos. However, he is currently forced to take 315 now. Again, he is exceeding Trenton's total with a 315 kilo pull, just sub of 700 pounds. Connor Kisby for the win.
Gets it up.
And just like that, Connor Kisby with a perfect day, winning the Teen 3 division in the 110 kilo class. And he is your champion, not only going 9 for 9, but securing multiple PRs along the route to end off with a 787.5 kilo total.
And he did a very amazing day. He executed very well, especially since he didn't even need to load that much from second and third, but he got trapped into doing it. Despite that, he was still able to execute and go 9 for 9, secure that gold medal at Nationals. High-end Graham fighting for it. Can he lock it out?
And that left hand was just slipping out of his hand. Unfortunately, a no lift, was unable to demonstrate full control of that barbell at the top of the lift.
We have 200 kilos on platform 1. She gets up. Is it good? She's in an all-pimp outfit. 3 white lights. Good lift for her today.
And this is something that's really interesting, what we just saw, talking about like these placements, right? So right now, Deidre Thompson, who currently kind of started out in the bottom of the pack of this Women's Raw Open division, and now after she has completed her first 2 deadlifts and is now looking to end off her 3rd. She has moved herself into 8th place. She won't be medaling. However, it just kind of goes to show when you kind of play your cards right and you're hitting your lifts, even after all the ladies in front of you have lifted, you can position yourself very well and land yourself in the top 10 like Deidre's about to do right now.
And it's also really interesting how like her being in the layer fight really gives her that advantage that most people don't really think about initially. If she locks this out, she will get into that 8th place spot.
Oh my goodness!
She's fighting.
Can she lock it out? Oh, and it won't go. Oh, what a heartbreaking pull there. However, she is in 10th place, so she managed to land herself in that 10th place spot and walk away very happy there.
Next up, we have Ricky Zhang on platform 2, 272.5 kilo deadlift opener for him.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have started the flight for Michael Brown. Marcus Brown, I apologize. Marcus Brown, I'll say that twice. So if you guys have been tuning in to this chat, we see that we have so many Marcus Brown fans in the chat. So if you guys are watching the stream, let us know who you all are supporting. We'd love to shout out anybody, where you guys are watching from, who you guys are, what relation you guys have to these lifters. We'd love to know who we are interacting with in the chat. Ricky Zhang, platform 2, 600-pound opener.
Smooth, easy opener for Ricky.
And again, as far as like attempts and meet performances like we have seen here as far as Ricky Zhang, it kind of goes into shifting towards damage control. When you have a couple succession of missed attempts kind of back to back and you are just trying to put the highest possible placement you can possibly land yourself in, you really have to be a little bit more cognizant of the missed attempts that you have and knowing that you can't really overextend yourself any further, because if you miss any more attempts, you really dig yourself into a deep hole and fail on a lot of different placements that you could have possibly gained by just being a little bit more conservative.
And that's where I think it's really important to build a really big subtotal going into deadlifts, just because you never know what's going to happen. You have Travis Summer, Teen 1 lifter over here, 170 kilos on platform 1, and Colin Asinina with 275 kilos on platform 2. Seems to be a good lift for both lifters. Marcus Brown is 2 lifters out from his opening deadlift.
You heard that right, ladies and gentlemen. 2 lifters out until we see Marcus Brown for his opening deadlift attempt. Elijah Bozrath on platform 1, 175 kilos. I'm also very excited for this Teen 2 battle we got coming up next here in the 110s. And again, though we may not have the likes of Lorenzo Wright, David Sampson, or Darius Bunch, who are in your podium level positions, we do have lifters like Felipe on this platform with us on platform 2 who are in contention for that top 10 and possibly can break into the podium finishes, at least the top 5, if they have a good succession of pulls here.
That was an easy, smooth opener for Felipe.
So again, because platforms 1 and 2, specifically our flight, is moving a little bit faster than Lorenzo Wright, Darius, or David Sampson, they are having to pull first and will kind of show their hands, show their cards a little bit earlier before lifters on opposing platforms have a chance to lift.
And now on platform 2, we have no one other else than Marcus Brown, opening a 305 kilos, 672-pound deadlift. Easy opener for Marcus. 3 white lights.
We got Michael Coonley, otherwise known as Big Mac, coming up here on platform 2, 285 kilos, taking a 20-kilo jump. And with a side of fries, he delivers that lift that is given 3 white lights.
Next up, we have Ricky Zhang on platform 2, 287.5 kilos for his second attempt after a smooth opener.
Again, taking a 15-kilo jump here. He is still within striking range of hitting an all-time best here on platform 2, which is of 300 kilos. So all he needs is 302.5 in order to best that. And if he takes another 15-kilo jumps, he'll be right there.
And the 1 minute timer, for those of you who don't know, you only need to initiate the lift of doing the 1 minute timer. So for deadlift, what that looks like is the plates have to visually come off the floor before that 1 minute timer ends. You do not need to complete the lift within the 1 minute timer, but you have to start the initiation of it. Oh, unfortunately for Ricky, it's going to be 2 red lights. It's 2 red cards, so I'm assuming it's going to be something about the lockout not being smooth. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift for Ricky. We'll see what him and his coach Kenny Allen decide to do with the 3rd attempt. Platform 1, we have Christopher Vu, 250 kilos for that opening attempt. Smooth opener for him.
And all of our Teen 1 lifters have successfully, Teen 2 lifters, I apologize, have successfully hit an opening deadlift. So as it stands right now, we have Zane versus Joseph, who are currently only separated by 2.5 kilos at 602.5 and 600 kilos respectively. Meanwhile, we have a pretty close battle for this podium spot between Ezekiel Gallegos and Jared Verosa, who is currently separated by 20 kilos. I mean, a sizable margin, but if Ezekiel begins missing lifts, that gives an opportunity for Jared to begin making some strides and trying to strike for that bronze medal finish.
Trev Summer, Team 1 lift over 180 kilos. He gets it up. We'll see if the referees say anything about supportive uses of the 5s at all. No, 3 white lights.
And a nice comeback here for Travis after going 1 for 3 in the bench and the squat. He's going 2 for 2 in the deadlift and is building some good momentum to finish his meet off strong. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
On platform 2, we're 2 lifters out for Marcus Brown going, so those Marcus Brown fans, please be ready.
You heard that?
Platform 1, we have Team 2 lifter Alex Dakin, 110 kilo weight class. Smooth and easy second attempt for Alex. Seems like he got close to dropping the bar there. Let's see what the judges say about that.
And if you're looking here on LiftingCast, it's actually pretty cool to see how we have 6 lifters in this Team 2 division. However, we have 3 individual battles going on. We have Zane versus Joseph for first. We have Ezekiel versus Jared for that bronze medal finish in that 3rd place. And then we have Elijah versus Alex for that 5th place and the final medal in this division. So this is a very interesting division. I mean, it's very rare to find such unique battles in a division that isn't as deeply stacked like a Team 2 110 kilo class. So to have this level of competition at this young of an age is giving these guys some really, really good experience.
See what the referees say about that.
It's a no lift for Felipe on platform 2.
Good lift for Elijah.
If you guys look at the name on screen, I don't even have to say it. You guys know who it is. 315 kilos now loaded for a second attempt.
Fun fact about Marcus Brown, he actually founded Dad Strength after having his son Trey, and he also is a public school physical education teacher in Boston, Massachusetts.
Say what?
315 kilos for Marcus Brown. 695 pounds. Easy, smooth second attempt for Marcus. Good lift.
And so now Joseph Middleton has moved himself into that first place spot provisionally, but now you have Zane coming up next, 217.5 kilos. Again, if these two gentlemen are successful in their lifts, Zane will take the lead by 2.5 kilos, but however, he needs to hit this as Joseph called, and it's now Zane's opportunity to answer.
Zane gets it up. See what the judges say about it. 3 white lights for Zane, and now that currently puts him in the first place in the 110 kilo men's Team 2 division.
Here comes Darius Bunch. 716 pounds.
Next up on platform 2, we have Michael Coonley with his third attempt deadlift of 297.5 kilos, 656 pounds.
Let's see it for Coach Big Mac here on platform 2. Michael Coonley, 297.5. I don't believe that'll go. That'll be, fortunately, a no lift. Now we got Colin on platform 2.
And Ezekiel on platform 1.
So with this lift, Colin will move himself from 11th place, and based on body weight, he will actually move himself into that 7th place spot provisionally. Let's see it for Colin to crack the 110.
Can he get
Got shaky at the knees and just lost all that momentum.
And so this is going to be a pretty big lift for Ezekiel, actually, because if Ezekiel hits this, he's in his battle with Jared right now. Jared will have to jump over 20 kilos. He'll have to jump 22.5 if Ezekiel can hit this from his second attempt.
So again, platform 1, Ezekiel is already in that bronze medal finish, is looking to just extend his lead and force Jared's hand to pull something he cannot pull.
Now on platform 2, we have Ricky Zhang of Catalyst Strength.
Again, for all-time PR here, Ricky Zhang, 302.5 kilos, gets it down command, and he's got that.
He dropped the bar. I believe he dropped the bar, unfortunately.
So he didn't. It was just a soft block out there. I don't think the referees believe that the shoulders. I believe it was more his knees. I think he did lean back with his shoulders back, but then those knees became unlocked.
And it seems that Ezekiel has timed out, actually. I'm not sure what happened there, if he just wasn't ready or he needed an extra long break or what happened. But it seems that Ezekiel has timed out his second attempt. So if he did not initiate the lift within that 1 minute timer, he didn't come out to the platform. So I'm not so sure what happened there.
Very risky move there, as we see he has put in 235 kilos for his third attempt. So we will see him back for the third time during these thirds. I mean, it's going to be very, very interesting. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we will notify you guys if there is any jury overturns on any of these lifts. I believe Kenny Allen and Ricky Zhang are currently protesting with the jury. Let's go, Chris Vu. We have some people here wanting a 300 pull out of you. Let's build up to it. And he hits 280 kilos with authority. 3 white lights, and that is a very, very exciting lift. We hear him screaming in the back here. Gotta go shake this dude's hand.
Next up, we have Sebastian Mascati with 307.5. And if you notice, he has his belt very high on his technique. So I wonder I wonder if that really helps him with his bracing or not, or it helps him with not getting in the way of the lockout. But he has his belt relatively pretty high.
It's that perk belt placement. 3 white lights. And if you go on LiftingCast, you'll see that there's 2 lifters consecutively in that 5th and 6th place spot. Jimmy Rodriguez, who's over on another platform, and Felipe, who's on our platform here on platform 2. They're both attempting 320 kilos, and they're both currently only separated by 10 kilos on the total, which, again, it just adds to the level of complexity of coaching at nationals. I mean, you have 2 identical attempts separated by only 10 kilos on different platforms. I mean, that is as difficult as it gets when it comes to coaching and handling. But now, Felipe.
If he hits this, let's go plumb in the 5th.
Oh, unfortunately, a no lift there. So Felipe is currently sitting in that 6th place spot. Unfortunately, only walks away with his opener.
Next up on platform 2, we have Marcus Brown, 320 kilos or 705 pounds.
This will move him up a couple placings here. This will move him from his current projected 8th place and move him into 7th.
Let's get hype in the chat for Marcus Brown. I know there are some Marcus Brown fans in the chat. Let's all see it.
There's way too many of them. It's all 230 viewers.
Gets it out. Oh, smooth, easy third attempt for Marcus.
There it is. Marcus Brown, 3 white lights.
That puts him in 7th place. We'll see if he'll get outtold by lifters and another platform.
There's plenty of lifting still left to go in this 110 kilo class. However, as it stands, that is the provisional standings. Let's tune back in here for the Teen 2 lifters. We have Alex Dagan, who currently is successful with a 197.5 kilo pull. And now we have Elijah looking to pull into that 5th place medal, looking to bump Alex down to 6th and strip that medal away from him. Big pull for Elijah now, 207.5 for a medal.
Can he pull into the podium spot? Oh, he's fighting. Can he lock it out? Can he lock it out and get in that podium position? Fortunately, it seems like not.
And way to handle the battle to Alex there. Alex will be that 5th place finisher in the class. And now we have Joseph, who is looking to pull himself into that 1st place spot, moving himself from a 600 kilo total to a 617.5 kilo total, forcing Zane's hand in the deadlift. Again, this is a big jump here as well. This is a 17.5 kilo jump for Joseph Middleton in the Teen 2 class.
If he hits this, he's going to force Zane to try to load a heavier attempt to try to get in to outpull him.
Oh, and that is a good lift there for Joseph. And so now, if Zane wants to beat Joseph, he currently has 237.5 kilos loaded on the bar. However, he doesn't need that much weight. He is also the heavier lifter, so he needs to be forced to hit 235 kilos to beat him by 2.5 kilos on total, since he cannot win on body weight.
And he still has time to submit the attempt.
So if you guys look at the video board right here on the screen, you guys see that there is a temp change in progress. So for those of you guys that were asking on when there is the cutoff for an attempt change, our scoring table has the ability to stop the meet and put in any attempt changes that were submitted. And so now our video board is back. Our spotters and loaders have adjusted the bar to reflect the appropriate weight.
And I see Zane has submitted attempt change down to 235 kilos to pull him into the 1st place.
So now this is to pull Jared over into the bronze medal position and knock Ezekiel down into 4th. And the bronze medal pull for Jared, 232.5 kilos. The lift is good.
So now if Ezekiel pulls this, he will pull into the bronze medal.
This is probably one of the best battles I've seen. And it's a Teen 2. This is amazing. This is
17-year-old battles.
Yeah, this is amazing. And these guys are hitting their weights too. I mean, it's not like these guys are just missing. I mean, we see these battles all the time where everyone's just going red, but these guys are hitting their lifts. Ezekiel Gallegos, who took a risky move of not taking a second attempt, but is now taking 235 to swap that fourth over to a bronze medal again.
Can he lock it out to get the bronze medal?
He shoots, he scores. Let's see it. Bang! 3 white lights.
Now, Zane is up on deck. If he hits this 235 kilo deadlift, he will be your new national champion in the men's 110 kilo Team 2 weight class at USAPL Nationals.
And it's not over yet until Zane hits the platform. He has the final say.
Smooth, easy.
Has
Third
a bit of
attempt.
a
Can he lock
bobble
it
at
out?
the top. Again, let's see if the referee's calling for that, some downward motion there.
2-1.
2-1. Good lift. And it doesn't get any more close than that. And getting a national champion. Zane is your Teen 2 110 kilo national champion. Also a 9-for-9 finish.
Next up, last pull of the flight is Christopher Fu. 290 kilos on his third deadlift.
He just hit 280. The chat predicted 300. He said 290. He said, let's compromise, meet in the middle. Let's show what I got for you guys. And this pull for Chris will actually move him from 5th place over into that 3rd medal spot. There's nobody else in this class left to lift. It is now Chris who is the final lifter who will be lifting in the hundreds.
He's already secured that podium spot. Can he fight for that bronze medal?
All right, we are on to our next flight of lifters. Next flight of lifters on platform 4.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go,
Fighting,
let's go,
he's fighting.
let's go.
Can he finish?
Oh, and fortunately a little bit too much, but however, Chris still walks away with a medal. And just an interesting stat here. I mean, just looking at the LiftingCast for the men's raw junior 100 kilo class, I mean, there was only one successful 3rd attempt deadlift in the entire division. And that was done by Ian Watson, who finished in that 10th place spot. And just kind of goes to show how many pulls for the win we likely had in this class.
And it's really interesting, like what we were talking about earlier. It's like everyone's trying to jump each other, but everyone missed their third deadlift. So maybe if you just played a little bit more conservative and didn't try to jump someone, you could have secured in a higher position.
Yeah, yeah. And the people that placed a lot higher were the people who actually statistically hit more lifts. The more misses you had, the lower you actually were in the standings, as reflected in the men's raw junior class.
Now on platform 1, Brandon Chim, 245 kilo opener for him.
Final flight before we conclude this session.
And I'm not sure what happened on bench, but it seemed that he actually had scratched his 2nd and 3rd bench and did not take them. Marcellus Clements opening up with 250 kilos for his first attempt. And so this is really interesting based off the battle we just saw. How often do you really see battles in those like Team 2, Team 3 divisions at these type of meets?
I mean, it's very rare. I mean, I think from most, if you guys are listening in the chat, and if you guys look back and are hearing this, if you have competed at a local meet and you are in an age division, or frankly, if you've been competing at a local meet, you know how hard it is to find other lifters who are competing in that same division as you, right? I remember when I did my first meet as a Teen 2 lifter in the 66 class, I literally had like one other person in my weight class, only because we were buddies, right? And then as I progressed through my meets and I was in the juniors and still in the juniors, right? There's maybe instances where I have 3-4 people in my class, right? But then if you have instances where there are multiple battles within a weight class, within a division, in such a age category like a Teen 2, I mean, this is very, very rare. I mean, to have multiple of these battles and for have them to go back to back to back, it's just, I mean, it's something that you can only find at a meet this big like USAPL Raw Nationals.
100%. And it's really interesting because for a lot of these lifters, it's probably like their first time stepping on a national stage, right? So the nerves are there, the pressure is there, the competition is there. It's a much different environment than what they're probably used to at their local meets. Smooth 260 kilo opener for Jose Diaz. No baby powder needed. Next up is Zachary Dixon with 265 kilo opener. 584 pounds for him. He has gone 6 for 6 so far going to this meet. Let's see if he continues to trend and go 9 for 9 at the national. Smooth opener for him. Next up is Seth with 272.5 opening on his first attempt deadlift. And it's really interesting because like at these meets where there's 30, 40 lifters in your weight class, do you ever feel like when you're in the warm room it gets too crowded at all or anything?
I think so. I mean, there really is the added fact that there are 4 platforms at this competition with multiple flights, so there is going to be just a plethora of people that are going to be back there. But I think once you actually get into the groove of finding your warm-up crew and finding a rhythm in which you are warming up with the people around you in your flight, it can tend to be a very efficient system, especially if the coaches there in the back room know what they're doing, know the weights, know the jumps, and everyone just kind of gets into a really tight ship together. I think it can get very, very efficient and actually very fun being able to warm up with the same competitors you're competing with. However, I mean, nothing really can stop us from acknowledging the fact that there are 4 platforms, hundreds of lifters back here, so it can get pretty hectic.
So I wonder for someone that's going to nationals for the first time, what's like the thought process in their head, right? This is definitely a much more nervous and overwhelming experience compared to what they're used to, whether it's at their gym or at their local meet. It's a much different and much more bigger atmosphere and environment.
Yeah, I think for one, knowing what the rules are, right, that's going to be number one because that decreases the nervousness and you having doubts on whether or not you're doing something right, wrong, and always reaching out to people, whether it be coaches, experienced athletes, and even the referees that are here on working the event, right? We are here to help you guys, and to be honest, we referees really appreciate when athletes come up and ask us questions because no question is a dumb question. And I mean, a lot of the referees are competitors themselves, so they know exactly what it's like. They've been in your shoes. So it really goes to show just kind of how much of a community powerlifting community here at USA Powerlifting is. I mean, everyone is just one big family is what it feels like here at Nationals.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, USA Powerlifting has just developed like a new system for people that are in need of some like assistance or some type of coach or something. They can reach out and they can get help.
Yeah, absolutely. There is this mentorship program that is that our coaching community has developed, where if you are a competitor that is in need of a handler, of a buddy, of somebody to be by your side during your meet day, there are resources on the USA Powerlifting website. I think he dropped that bar.
I did think.
Yeah, so our platform referees caught that with a yellow card. So that'll be a no lift due to failure to hold onto the bar. But yeah, there is a Elizabeth Yard, and shout out to her. She has been incredible in developing this program, in helping lifters find a buddy, a handler, a coach, somebody to be there by their side during the troublesome meet day, and honestly make the meet day process so much easier for lifters. I mean, the meet day shouldn't be a stressor. It should be fun. It should be fun, and this is what this program aims to build.
Yeah, and so this was definitely going to be a really good resource, especially for now a lot of young and newer lifters that may not be as experienced or may need the help. Satanic Green. Smooth opener from Brew White Lights. It's going to be the second attempt of our last flight of this platform. We have Brandon Chin with 262.5 kilos for his second attempt after a successful first attempt opener.
Yeah, Christian, the lift is good. Cargo lift is going to be 639 pounds.
Good lift for Brandon there on platform 1.
Next up is Marcellus Clements, jumping 20 kilos from his opening attempt to 270 kilos, 595 pounds for him. He is in the stacked men's open 100 kilo weight class with over 40 competitors.
And again, just like we talked about in the women's 100 class, because we haven't yet finished out all of the lifting for our men's raw open 100, we won't officially name any of the champions. However, Lorenzo Wright is in that first place spot, who has already finished his meet, and he has a crazy 898.5 kilo total in the 100 class. That's insane. And then, yeah, we still have a few more lifters left to go who are towards the bottom of the pack. And for those of you wondering how these flight assignments are arranged, lifters have to come into this competition with a qualifying total, which is essentially their nominated total. And so lifters, based off of those qualifying totals, will get arranged into flights and get arranged into different platforms with lifters who are around the same qualifying totals. It just ensures that you are lifting with people who are around the similar strength level as you guys. Obviously, people are going to make progress. People are going to face injuries, right? God forbidding that, those sort of things. But it ensures that there is more consistency in the jumps with the platform, and it just facilitates the whole process of spotters and loaders and just transitioning from weight to weight.
And so do you think in the mind of these high-level lifters that are winning their weight class by a ton, do you think they, at that same time, while they're trying to fight for their weight class, they're also trying to fight for best lifter as well?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We had several pulls yesterday who had opportunities to break records. However, we actually spoke to them afterwards as to why they chose not to chip a record or go slightly above it beyond what they needed. And the reasoning was because they were in contention for that first place or best overall lifter.
And so, for those of you who don't know how best lifter works, is, correct me if I'm wrong, unless they change the rules. The way best lifter works in USA Powerlifting is there's a score called dot score, which is a pound-to-pound ratio of how strong you are proportionate to your body weight, and that is used to compare lifters across all weight classes, regardless of if you're in the same weight class as someone or not. That score allows you to compare yourself against people in other weight classes to see how strong you are pound for pound to ultimately win that best lifter award.
Good lift for Gordo out of Chicago. We see our entire crowd there. Eric Salgado, coach handler. He just finished competing, actually, over on platform 4.
And now we have Seth jumping 22.5 kilos to 295 kilos, 650 pounds for a second attempt.
And as you notice, like, these are reasonable jumps to be making with deadlifts with lifters of this weight class. I mean, if you're talking about proportions, these aren't that big of jumps if we're talking just percentage of total weight.
Smooth and easy second attempt for Seth.
Yeah.
You could honestly convince me that was his opener, and I would believe you.
Yeah, I think it just got a little bit sticky at the lockout, but I mean, off the floor, he just ripped it. And it just, again, blink and you'll miss it. That's one of those type of deadlifts.
Next up, Riley Hensio, 300 kilos, 661 pounds for his second attempt. And the fact that you have people pulling well over 600 pounds and they're fighting for 20th, 30th place just really comes to show how competitive this meet really is. Good second attempt for Riley. 3 white lights for him.
You got Santana Green, 305 kilos.
677 pounds. The bar is loaded for Jordan Weber. This is a mountain and performance athlete. Here we go.
Thank you to every single person watching the live stream, showing your support. We are on the second last attempt of this flight for the second attempts.
And with that, correct me if I'm wrong, but is this the first time you've ever been commentating with me, Troy?
This is my first time commentating as well.
And I just want to say you've been doing an incredible job commentating and doing all of this. I mean, you have are doing a lot of work in powerlifting with meet directing, with coaching, with competing yourself, and just doing a lot of stuff in powerlifting. So we appreciate you giving back to the sport in this way.
Thank you. I appreciate that a lot, Kevin. Next up, we have Brian Golden with 305 kilo deadlift after missing his first attempt, actually. I believe he dropped the bar in his first attempt and still chose to take the little risky jump of jumping 20 kilos. But regardless of the risk, still moves smooth and easy for him.
Holds on to it extra tight for extra measure, and he gets 3 white lights. So we have Caleb, who's had a perfect day thus far. 0 missed attempts. Looking to continue on in this momentum as he goes and executes 305 kilos. And the weight didn't even stand a chance, Caleb.
We're back to the beginning of the flight. Third attempts. First lifter on deck is Marcellus Clements with a 272.5 kilo deadlift for his third attempt. Jumping 2.5 after his second one. If he hits this, he will go 8 for 9 at the national championships. Big fight for Marcellus. Can he lock it out? He gets it up.
Oh, and that left hand started slipping, but let's see what the refs say. 3 white lights. Wow. Wow, that's about as close as a deadlift is going to get for the lockout. Had he held it for, like, I think even half a second more, he probably would have dropped it.
And what's really interesting about his deadlift is that it might be very uncommon nowadays is if you saw, he was actually wearing wrist wraps when he deadlift, which I don't see very often at all, especially with sumo pullers.
I mean, most popular, we've seen it with elite lifters like John Hack or like just some of these legendary names that have used wrist wraps in a conventional deadlift. But, I mean, not as common anymore, but, I mean, it still is a practice that many lifters do utilize, very old school style. But Brandon, 275 kilos, 606 pounds.
If he hits this, he will go 7 for 7 at the national championships after scratching his second and third benches. Good attempt for Brandon. 3 white lights. And there's so many things that take to go into consideration at these meets with your attempt selection. Like if we look at the LiftingCast board, there's not too many people that have gone 9 for 9 at this meet. Whether it's the strict judging or they're trying to jump each other or whatever it is, it's very hard to go 9 for 9 at this meet and hit all your attempts. Did you compete at all this last weekend?
No, I competed at a local meet like this past month, but no, I'm gonna be competing at regionals over in September. But Reese Ellison, 290 kilos, grinding it out, getting it past the quads. Can he get those shoulders back?
Very close to lockout.
Oh my goodness,
Can he
Reese!
It's not there on the day, unfortunately.
Man, what an attempt.
And so, Kevin, I know you wear many hats in the sport as well as a referee, commentator, coach, athlete yourself, and a meet director. How do you find the balance to do all of that?
I think for me, because because it's all under the same umbrella of powerlifting. I feel like once you see Zachary, once you get involved in one aspect, it's very easy to kind of take off that hat and put on the other one. For example, right now I am commentating this live stream for you guys, and then I'm gonna have a break, be able to eat, rest up, and then I'm gonna go change and be working the jury table for the next session, right? So it's all within the same event, within the scope of powerlifting. So I feel like the one hat that truly takes up the most time consuming, beyond just being an athlete, because that's just my personal training, is meet directing. That definitely is the one that takes up a lot of the time with constant email communication and overall event day planning. I know that you're a meet director yourself, so you can also kind of attest to the fact how a lot of behind the scenes work takes up a lot of time.
No, I agree. And for those of you that don't know, Kevin Serrano is actually the USA Powerlifting State Chair of Illinois, where we are right now. So smooth,
Nice lift there.
good attempt for Seth.
Yeah, and that honestly is a really nice thing. I just got recently appointed state chair earlier this year, back in February, and so it's very nice to have a national championship come to my state and see a lot of not only my lifters from the gyms that I associate myself with here in the Chicagoland area, but then also be able to see all these lifters and powerlifters come to my state and compete here and be able to kind of, in a way, host them, even though I'm not running the event myself, but still have them here at my state. We have 302.5 kilos loaded for Jose Diaz. Mr. Gordo out of Lockout Fitness in Southside Chicago. Let's see it. Hit 302.5 in the squat. Can he hit 302.5 in the deadlift? This will put him at a 772.5 kilo total.
Can he lock it all?
He got downward movement. Unfortunately, that will not go. He still walks away with 285 kilos.
Next up, we have Riley Hennessy, 310 kilos on his last attempt.
And just to kind of put it in perspective, how much what 10 kilos does for you in the placement. Right now, he's sitting at a 762.5 kilo total. If he is successful with this lift, he will move from 23rd all the way up to 17th. Just with 10 kilos, and that just kind of goes to show how tight this 100 kilo class is. We see everyone here behind Riley. Let's go, Riley. 310. Smoke it.
Gets it up. Can he finish it? Locks it out. Very smooth attempt for him. See if the judges say anything.
Well done, Riley. That is a 3 white light lift. And there he stands at 772.5.
We have 3 more attempts before this flight ends in session 1.
And all 3 attempts will be 317.5 kilos. That elusive 700-pound deadlift. All 3 lifters will be gunning for 700 pounds. First up in the docket, Santana Green, 317.5.
Gets it off all. Unfortunately, it's not there for him. Good attempt by Santana. Good try.
There we have his handler, Nick Stevens, giving him his props and flowers there. Down to our last 2 lifters of the session before we take a break and resume back at 2 p.m. But for now, 2 lifters, 700 pounds. Brian Golden.
700-pound deadlift for Brian Golden. Last pull of the day for him.
He's going back to get some more chalk. He has 25 seconds. Plenty of time. Again, the suspense is building as he goes and walks out to 700 pounds.
Can he finish it? He gets
Oh,
it's
no.
not there for a day. Now we have Caleb Petrie, last pull of the day, 317.5 kilos, 700-pound deadlift for Caleb. The last pull of this session. Let's all get hyped for Caleb, guys.
And just look at what one lift does for you. He will move from 24th all the way to 15th. Not only will he go 9 for 9, but this is a 700-pound pull for Caleb to close out the session. Caleb, pretty.
Can he lock it out?
And he does.
Now Caleb has jumped from 24th to 15th place and has officially gone 9 for 9 at USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the session for today. We have one more session left to go in the 2026 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals Day 3. Let's go over the standings as what we just saw.
So in the women's 100 raw kilo weight class, we have Jacqueline with a total of 560 kilos in first place. Elizabeth with 550.5, getting that chip advantage. Shelby with 540.5. Nicole with 522.5. Annalette with 515. Rachel Stark with 512.5, falling off that podium position. Morgan with 502.5. Allison David with 595 in 8th place. Madison Moore with 592.5 in 9th. And Dedra Thompson with 490 in 10th.
Over in the men's raw 100 kilo class, we have Lorenzo Wright, who is lifting over on platforms 3 and 4 with the other commentators in the other stream. But however, here he put up an incredible 898.5 kilo total with a 361 squat record, which he hit, and we had the entire crowd erupting for that. David Sampson with a 877.5 kilo total, and Alexander with a 855, and rounding out that podium and then finishing out that top 5 with Darius Bunch and Jimmy Rodriguez in 4th and 5th respectively. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes that open division standings for the USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals Day 3. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back at 2 p.m. for our final session. So if you like big squats, if you guys like big weight, you guys better tune in for this last session. Troy, it has been a pleasure commentating with you, and we are so excited to finish out this final session of Nationals presented by A7. Huge shout out to A7, who has been helping us put together not only this incredible meet, but has been supporting USA Powerlifting as our presenting sponsor for our national championships. Troy, again, it has been a pleasure. My name is Kevin Serrano, and I was joined by
Troy Wynn. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it a lot, Kevin. Thank you, USAPO and Barbell Productions for having me. It's been a pleasure to commentate this first session.
and we are signing out. We'll see you all at 2 p.m. Peace.